Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you a nice early morning live stream, and I'm here without my coffee. Look at that. Technically, I've been up since yesterday, but it is what it is. So, as the title clearly states, because I know sometimes people come to the live stream and they can never see the title, it states that Black Americans and Africans have a problem, right? So, before we get started, because maybe the words, the captions may block out certain things. I'm just going to read what it states from this African woman. She said that Africa and African leaders have no right to ask for reparations from the United Nations. It is a disrespect to African Americans, Black Americans. It is a disrespect to the generations whose ancestors suffered through slavery and were exploitive for decades. It is a disgrace. Shame on you, Ghana, and shame on every African leader who is coming here to ask for reparations. Shame on you. You are supposed to be compensating African Americans, Black Americans, and every other person who suffered from slavery. Shame on you after selling them. You are here asking for reparations, right? So we're going to take a look directly at this video. Also, shout out to the folks who just popped in. Shout out to Pink, J Hud, Concerned. Who else we got up in here? Oh, we got Miss Anderson. I ain't see that. That's a name I ain't seen in a minute. Miss Anderson. I know you must be a worker right now, working in the laboratory. Shout out to Sean as well. So let's just take a listen to this video.
As an African, born and raised in Africa, I want to set this record straight. Ghana, you should be ashamed of yourself to go to the UN and try to ask for reparation. Ghana, you're supposed to be compensating the African American. Your country, Ghana, supposed to be compensating the African American. You're supposed to be compensating the African European, the German European, the French. You're supposed to be compensating them because you, Ghana, were also involved in selling your own people. And for you to go stay in the United Nations, disrespecting the ancestors of the African American who fought so hard for freedom. When they knew nowhere to go, they fought for freedom. They protest. They spoke. They sang songs of freedom. Many days they were nowhere given unto them. How dare you go to the UN to go and ask for reparation? Are you a Black American? Are you a Black American? Only Black American have the right to go to the UN and make the case to be compensated. Now no African president have the right because you were involved in studying slavery. And this is some of the reasons why some of the Black Americans no longer want to align with us. These are some of the reasons. Because what you're doing right now, Ghana, is you are only telling the world that you be embracing African American to come closer to you so you can use them as an advantage to benefit yourself. In fact, if there is any country in Africa that's supposed to talk about reparation for slavery, it should be Liberia. Because Liberia was established by free slaves from the U.S. Who are you, Ghana, to go and stand in the UN and try to ask for reparation? Explain to me. You were involved in selling people. Your ancestors sold your children, sold other Africans into slavery. The records are there. You're supposed to be compensating. You're supposed to be compensating African American instead of going to stand in the UN and trying to ask for reparation. And I'm glad that the US did not support it. And I'm glad that Israel did not support it. I'm glad. You don't deserve, no African leader have any right whatsoever to ask for reparation. These people went through a lot. I may have my own personal disagreement with individuals. But when you look at the history of the Black American, not only in America, if you look at the history of the Blacks in France, in Germany, in Europe, in Spain, in Portugal, in Italy, you look at the history, those in Jamaica, other places, they have the right to stand up and demand for reparation. No African leader has that right. And I honestly believe you have disrespected the ancestor of the African American. But most of the African American will not see it from that way. They won't. That's why I keep saying slavery have ended. That is your home, Black America. America is your home. Stand up for your country. It's important for you to recognize where your ancestors came from. Good. But this is now your home. This generation here is your home. You don't have any other place. There is your home. Stand up for what's right for you here. I'm an African. But I feel very, very hurt that a Ghanaian president go to stand before the UN to ask for reparation. Reparation for what? Explain to me. Explain. Gave you money for what? Gave you money for what? Get African leaders money for what? Why should they give you money for reparation? For what? Are you part of the people in the slave countries? In fact, we Africans, we have benefited a lot of opportunity through the Black American. Is this how we want to pay them? Is this how we want to pay the African Americans? Honestly, I'm not talking about where when we are having disagreement, they cost you back. Those one are just citizen to citizen insulting each other on social media. But taking it to this level, you disrespecting their ancestors. Shame on you, Ghana. Shame on every president in Africa that is joining this nonsense and asking for reparation. Shame on every one of you. Shame. And I'm disgusted.
Now, I would like to say that shout out to this woman for calling out her own people, especially maybe her president. I forgot where she stated that she's from, but shout out to her for doing that. Because you have to think about it. It takes a lot for you to be a person of another country. And if we're to quote unquote go by history, Ghana sold a lot of people. They have deep roots directly in the slave trade and everything that they've done and how everything ended up, right? So it's crazy to me that the same people who were selling people are now going to the UN and saying that they require reparations. Huh? That's crazy. So I'm trying to figure out what is Ghana saying. Are you going to blame the Europeans in America for you selling off your people? Are you trying to say that Europe and America forced you to sell off your people and to have them, dispersed all around the planet? Because what I'm in a sense looking at is a group of people that don't want to take full-fledged responsibility for the atrocities that they committed, for what it was that they allowed to take place and happen. So what I'm looking at with Ghana is, on one end, they wanted to come out and do this type of apology, and then they wanted to do this all show of like, oh, we got these celebrities. Yeah. We're going to get these celebrities and probably pay them or whatnot or whatever. And we're going to bring them over to Africa so that this will be the gateway to Black Americans coming directly over here, so that this is our way of getting a form of those reparations when the time basically comes. So we'll already have them basically over here and they'll be amongst us and all this other type of stuff. And then we'll be able to use that as a way to be able to get the reparations. And when that didn't sit up there and work, and when that plan failed directly with the celebrities, because notice that plan, it went one way and then it went directly out the door. Like that was it. Like you saw the celebrities go and then you saw the celebrities leave, and then none of those celebrities ever again started talking about Ghana and wasn't talking about Africa. Because at one moment in time, it was this huge push on social media by way of quite a few celebrities to really start talking about Africa. I'm like, out of all of the time that all of these celebrities could be out talking about Africa, this is the time. I'm like, sounds like some money is in the wind. It sounds like some people are hearing somewhere through the creeks and through the different blows of wind out there that maybe there's some money coming down the mountain, and people want to be the first ones to get a piece of that gold before the rush sets in, right? But again, that plan failed, along with the plan of having Pan-Africans tell Black Americans, hey, you need to move back to Africa. That plan also failed as well. So now there are other plans. Number three was them trying to state that Black Americans are the seventh or eighth, whatever region, and they were trying to claim us that way so that they can lay their hands on the reparations. And we all know that if they were able to lay their hands directly on the reparations, then that would mean that the reparations would be directly over there with the Africans, and we will be plumb directly out of luck. See how that works? That plan didn't really go as well. So now they're at this plan where they have their president and I think with Al Sharpton and a few others basically going to the UN in order to do this whole talk dealing with reparations. And I'm like, this is very weird. This is very weird. And I want to know, I just want to know, I want to know because I'm pretty sure that you got some, black folks directly out there that's a part of the Democratic Party. All the time that Democrats could have potentially wanted to go out and get reparations or try to have this conversation and talk happen, it's never happened. Out of all the many votes that Black Americans have done over these many decades, even before I was born, no reparations were ever seen. None of them decided, oh, we need to go talk directly with the UN and do this and that. No, it was always on the back burner. They might have listed it. It might have been some whispers. People might have threw it directly in the air, but none of these folks actually moved. But now, because everything is looking oh so bleak, now people want to severely try to push for something after they've already pushed laws, rules, and regulations and different types of monies by way of the government for other people coming directly into the United States, but never actually pushed and got anything for Black Americans, no matter how it is that they voted consistently throughout the decades. Crazy work. Crazy work. And I'm pretty sure somehow, somewhere, you got some folks directly out there on the social medias deciding that now they want to really start talking about this whole thing of reparations and see what the Democrats are doing. And maybe if you guys would have really voted for the Democrats and instead of doing whatnot or whatever, then reparations could have, been here and it wouldn't be such a hard struggle and this, that, and that. No. Because I want people to remember they had all the time in the world during the Obama administration and during the Biden administration to get reparations. They opted not to do it. The only time that people want to sit up there and start talking about some stuff when it deals with Black Americans is when they feel like they're losing power. The Democrats are looking like, oh, well, we lost this election, didn't really, go as planned. We got to really figure out something. So let's do the coup de grace and let's start really chasing after this reparations. We're not going to really, chase fully after it and really give the Blacks anything. But, we're going to, try to, quote unquote, give it the old college try, so to say. Because again, a lot of them went to college, so they think that they are smarter than the average bear, and they're going to use that college intellect in order to swindle the Black community into thinking that they're actually going to do something that's going to benefit the Black community, when in general, they have not done anything at all to really benefit the Black community. And we can clearly see that at this moment in time. How many schools in Black communities are getting shut down and closed? What's the education look like? What's the hospitals look like? What's the roads looking like? What's the EMS response looking like? What's the arsons looking like? What's the crime looking like? What's the abandoned houses looking like? How many businesses have any of these political officials helped to start within each and every Black community around the United States that has continuously voted Democrat and still has not received anything directly for their votes? Like I said, there are so many things directly out here. So many things directly out here. And other than those Democrat speakers, Black ones, Black Americans, whoever out there speaking, the other thing that they're going to do, as I stated before, is that they're going to use fear. And they tried to do this before, where they wanted to fear people that's like, oh, they're going to get rid of the Democrats out of this and out of that, and then we're not going to have any power. We're not going to be able to do this, and we're not going to do what? What are you guys actually going to do anything different versus what it is that you've already done? Realistically, when you look at it, the Democrats have done way more for the LGBT, the Jewish community, for immigrants and many other people versus what they've done for the Black community. And that's just the facts. Because when you look at all the other groups directly out there, you look at the many laws, the many regulations, and whatever else that has been passed directly for them, it's like, wow, it's like, what do we really vote for? Where did our vote really go? It's like asking the government, where do our tax dollars really go? Nobody actually knows. You can decide to sit up to say, oh, it goes to the schools, it goes to the roads, but you can't say that your tax dollars goes to something that you can physically see when what you physically see is still in disrepair. it's still looking jacked. You still got potholes all over the road. You still got broken and buckled sidewalks. You still got dilapidated buildings, right? You still got abandoned structures all over the city. So it's like, where are your tax dollars really going other than what people want to quote unquote say? Because I can physically see that obviously my tax dollars are not repairing these roads. Or if it is repairing these roads, it's taking them 2 to 3 to 4 years to basically do a simple repair. And that makes no sense. I might as well just get a little bit of sand and some glue and some elbow glue and just fill up that hole myself and then, just call it a day, versus waiting on the city with my tax dollars. Like I said, it's crazy out here how this works. And the thing I keep saying to a lot of black folks directly out here is that a lot of these college educated folks, they look at a lot of black people as being stupid. One of the things that I watched on the Joe Budden podcast, right? Mark Lamont, very educated black man, right? And one of the other podcasters there pointed something out about Mark Lamont, how it is that these educated folks they have a certain type of attitude or whatnot when it deals with people of lesser education. And that person picked up on it real quick. And Mark Lamont, he didn't really say nothing. He laughed at it because he knew that she or that individual was completely right. Because I'm trying to figure out if it was the light skin dude or if it was don't call me white girl. Either one of them basically pointed that out on that podcast. I forgot which episode it was that I saw directly on X. But yeah, this is how a lot of these college types are. They feel that everybody else, again, it's one little circle. It's one nice big party, and everybody is not invited. Like I said before, a lot of the college types directly out here, a lot of the ones that's in these fraternities and the sororities, and they're able to get into these corporate jobs and have control over certain types of things. They think that they are better than everybody else who does not have the same education, who did not go through the hazing and all this other type of stuff to get these pens, these colors, and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, it's you got a lot of these cliques, a lot of these gangs directly out here. And their whole main goal is to make sure to hold on to the type of power that they have within this power structure that we have. They're trying to get in where they fit in, even if that means sacrificing their own people in order to sit up there and do it, in order to leverage that power for their own best interest, not for the interest of the whole, but for their own best interest. I remember there was a conversation where it was with I think what was it, Ricky Smiley and somebody else. Was it Steve Harvey? I forgot what it was, right? But I know Ricky Smiley. He was basically saying, no. What was the dude's name? What was it? Was it Roland Martin? It was Roland Martin or Ricky Smiley. One of them basically said that the Qs, I'm guessing that's a fraternity or whatever, basically run the airwaves. And I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, the last time I heard people saying that they run anything is like usually gangs. Like you'll have, a gangs like, yeah, we run these streets out here. Like this is our block and all this. And I'm like, dang, y'all really sound like gangs. But I thought y'all were the educated folks. How you talking about like you run something? Because I'm like, if you actually ran something, then it would actually be beneficial for the whole of the group and not just for your fraternity or your sorority. It wouldn't just be that, but that's where we are. So it's crazy to know that you got a lot of these college folks, running a lot of this stuff, and it's not really doing nothing for the black community in a sense, technically. You may be able to list or name a few people or a few folks. That's great. Congratulations. But for the whole of that whole thing, it's like, yeah, nah. Like I said, this is why they have their own groups. This is why they have their own meetings. Like they're not trying to be with commoners, aka me, you, and everybody else that's sitting up here listening. They're not trying to be amongst us because they think that they are better than. They are more educated and yada yada yada, and they have more of an understanding. They're more worldly, and it's crazy. It is it's very, very much crazy. All I'm saying is at the end of the day, when it deals with this whole political game, for average black Americans here, it is a very tough Herculean uphill battle where you have a lot of things basically against you. Some and some you may not know. Like I said, it's crazy out here. It is 100% crazy. And as stated before, in order for anything to really transpire and to happen that's actually effective, everything that we know currently at this moment in time, how it runs, it can't run the same way. But even with knowing that, you would need enough people that would actually be on the same wavelength in order to get anything to change. But it's tough to do that because everybody is inundated by a variety of things, such as stuff directly on social media, such as advertisements, such as movies, such as celebrities, and whatever other types of media and forms of entertainment that people decide to consume on an everyday basis. And because of that consumption, it makes it very difficult for people to actually sit there and actually enjoy what it is that they're consuming when it's just a consistent attack, no matter how you sit up there and look at it. Because on one end, you could be like, ah, yeah, yeah, I'm for the Democrats and rah, rah, rah. And then you'll have the Democrats sitting up there telling you that you're not doing enough. That as a Democrat, you got to do more than just sitting up there voting. You're like, what do you mean more than just sitting up there voting? You're like, yeah, you need to sit up there and physically get out there. You need to do this. But I'm like, instead of you trying to tell ordinary people to get out there and do that, and these are people that got jobs, they got kids, they got bills, they got everything that they need to worry about. Why don't you, as that millionaire that's pulling in all of this money, right? Because you are part of the Democratic Party and you're getting all of this money again that a lot of Black Americans are not seeing at all. You're making money off of these conversations again that tons of Black Americans with everyday lives are not seeing at all. Why don't you get out there and do what it is that you say that we should be doing? Like I said, it's crazy how a lot of these folks out there say that they are these leaders or these speakers, but yet they're not actually moving and doing nothing. But yet they want the people who got everything to lose to go out there and risk everything. That's crazy to me. It never made sense. And it's crazy how a lot of folks tend not to question how a lot of these rich Black folks that are in these political spaces aren't willing to sacrifice anything. They're not trying to sacrifice their kids. They're not trying to sacrifice their livelihood. They're not trying to sacrifice their lives. They're not trying to sacrifice their future. They're not trying to sacrifice their wealth. And again, they have a lot that they could sit up there and sacrifice because if they're just speakers, that's nothing. They're always going to have somebody to put money directly in their pocket. So it's good. All they got to do is say something positive about the LGBT and all this other type of stuff and immigrants, and they got more money than they could ever consume. This is the main thing that they've been running with for the longest time possible. If you think back to the pandemic, when it deals with the Democratic Party, they were heavily directly invested in with the immigrants, heavily in invested directly in with the LGBT, heavily directly invested in with the Stop the Asian, Hate the Asian community. But yet, when it dealt with Black Americans, where was all of this investment? Where was all of this caring? Where was all of this quote unquote love? Yeah, it magically it didn't exist. But now all of a sudden, people want to love Black people now. All of a sudden, Black Americans are on the forefront. We got to really march for the Black Americans. We got to really aim for these reparations now. It's coming real close. We got to start to, and the reason why they're doing this is because they know that 2028 is coming right around. Also, I want to point out, I'm not sure if I took a picture of the image, but you guys can happen to take your time out to look it up. There were a few articles online that were talking about there are supposed whispers of Trump running for a third election. And I want people to understand, I've been talking about this for quite some years. I've listed this directly to people. I've even showcased videos where Trump himself has basically stated that, yeah, we're in the talks. We're looking at a few plans and how that would be possible. Like I said, his own words. He's telling you himself that he knows certain things that would enable him to be present for a third term. And people didn't want to listen. People didn't want to pay attention. And I kept telling people, trying to let people know how things basically work, how this could basically happen. How you got Republicans that are there right now that are trying to amend certain things so that it would allow a president to run for a third term as long as he did not run two consecutive, as long as he was not in office two consecutive times, right? So, like I said, I don't know what to tell people. I mean, for me, technically, I don't care, but I feel as though that people should at least know the potentialities of things that can actually happen. But it'd be like that. It'd be like that. But anyways, let's go directly to the next video here.
You don't hang no signs about black people hating on immigrants, because black people ain't got no reason to hate on no immigrants.
Oh no, but the immigrants got
We
the reason to hate
everything y'all
on us.
are in there, son. Let me tell you something. You get them signs down. Anytime that ordinary Lawson and Silverstein and what's that other?
Cesar
Can sit up
Lopez.
here and talk
Lopez.
about how they should get a hate crime bill because swastikas was in Ziploc bags in that community. They hung this in our community. We want it off the polls. We want that to be the beginning of a hate crime. And that organization, which is a white liberal organization, like in the words of Malcolm X, who told us what? That the white liberal is the worst enemy to the black man.
Yes.
And
To the
it
black
is
American.
coming up in here, acting like y'all representing some social justice.
Say that,
But all
sister.
along,
Say
all
that.
you're doing is trying to use black people
Say
to
that.
find a reason to make some money.
Say
Let
that.
me tell y'all something over there. We're done. The Democratic Party is done. You ain't gonna mess with us like
Y'all
this
gonna
no
abuse
more.
us.
I'm telling you what I'm
They
telling
get to
you.
abuse the black
Trump
American.
gonna come in here and gonna clean it up. I'm telling you,
Go ahead.
the ones
Go
that
ahead.
have a righteous heart, you leave the Democratic Party. Do just like RFK Jr., just do like that Tulsa lady. You better get up out the Democratic Party. Save yourself, save your families, save your dignity, save your jobs, and save your seat. Because if y'all don't, we coming for your seats. We ain't taking this no more. We ain't taking no disrespect from a bunch of people who have broken into the country and now have completely broke the city, have completely broke the country, have completely disgraced the United States of America. America is a disgrace. And but oh my God, what a solution. You give us a fake, black, cackling hand of a candidate with a vice president that's talking about he want to put tampons in the boys' bathroom. Ain't nobody dealing with this. The number one function of a president is to be the commander-in-chief. You tell me anything about a Kamala Harris that looked like she could protect this country after y'all have sat up here and let it get her overridden with a bunch of illegal immigrants. Y'all have sat up here and put America's hands in all kind of wars. And you telling me a tampon man that ran from duty don't even know what his rule was. Kamala Harris, who don't know what race she is, gonna protect this country? The devil is a lie. Y'all better get them signs down. Yeah, I know that. It's being held.
So, hold on, just a quick one, real quick. Somebody said, "Tell that to the deceased soldiers in Iran." I'm a little bit confused on what does that have to do with Black Americans and reparations. I'm a little bit. What does Iran have to do with this whole conversation? Like, it's very interesting to me that when Black folks are having a conversation and just expressing certain things, that people want to come into the conversation, they want to start bringing other stuff that have like literally Iran and whatever's going on over there, it has zero literally zero to do with anything dealing with Black Americans. Like I said, I don't know anything about any Iranians. Never even met one. Never even went to school with one. Never even worked with one. Like I said, an Iranian has never done anything to me. So I'm a little bit confused on how we even got here. This is why I simply tell people, if you don't even have anything to add to the conversation, you can just simply just be quiet and listen, or you can just scroll to the very next video, which is right above or below this live stream. So again, I'm a little bit confused on that. Like I said, it's cool. You, as whoever it is that you are, obviously not Black American, you have an issue with the conversations of reparations. Again, This don't got nothing to do with you. I'm specifically speaking directly on the Ghanaians, you know, those from Ghana, right? The Africans, and what it is that they're trying to do. How it is that you saw your way into this conversation, decided that you want to get offended, and you want to try to move the conversation somewhere else. Looks crazy. Looks pretty ridiculous, right? But going back to this lady here, I've seen some of her videos throughout the years where she will go directly to the Chicago meetings, and she would be putting foot to necks every single time. The energy that she has, I can only imagine how she was 30 years ago. Good Lord. Let me tell you, every single time, like the amount of energy that she has, it's like, wow. It's like the only thing I can do is just like I just sit there and listen. that's all I can. Like, yo, she got it. She got the whole floor. She is saying everything that needs to be said. She don't need no backup at all. I've never seen a point in time where this lady has ever needed any type of backup or co-signage when she is speaking, you know, directly to the people in front. Like I said, it's a beautiful thing, and she's brought up quite a variety of things, especially when it deals with those in Chicago, the Black residents, and how it is that they have been treated. She's especially went directly at what is it, Mayor Johnson, Brendan Johnson, because for whatever reason, this guy every single time he's always doing stuff for everybody else. They're always giving money to everybody else, but yet they leave the Black residents on a back burner. You got housing and everything else getting made for in apartment complexes or whatnot, being made for all these other folks directly out here, but yet you got the Black residents out there that need help, that need assistance. They are, again, the Black residents there in Chicago are the reason that you even have a job. They're the reason that you even got the city council that you even got at this moment in time. And even with their vote, again, as I said earlier, they still receive nothing. And it's like, I'm trying to, for the life of me, I'm trying to figure out all of these people that really want to fearmonger Black folks into voting one way. I'm trying to figure out why is it that they never go bit by bit and go state by state or city by city and specifically speak on a lot of these officials who are Democrats, who are Black, who don't do anything for the residents there. They get called out 99 different times, but yet a lot of these people always keep telling Black Americans, oh, vote Democrat, vote Democrat, vote Democrat. They never seemingly want to attach themselves to that conversation and break that down, and they never want to spearhead the conversation for change for the betterment of the Black community in those cities or states. It's crazy to me, but yet they want to fearmonger and tell Black Americans, I keep voting this way, keep voting this way, keep voting. If you don't vote this way, then we're all going back to this, that, and the third. We're all going back to Jim Crow. We're all going back to slavery. We're all going back. And I'm like, word, really? But the other thing I want to note is this too, right? Going back to the fact that a lot of these are college educated people and all this other type of stuff. They got their little cliques, sororities, gangs, whatever you want to sit up and call it. Always know that those folks that try to fearmonger you are the exact same ones that are rich enough where they're not going to be, even if, let's say, if a Jim Crow, let's say if a slavery were to happen, right? Always note that those rich college folks, they're not going to be where it is that we're going to be. They're not going to suffer through the same problems and all this. Like I said, there'll be a hierarchy. The rich Blacks will be over there with, you know, other people. They still won't be there with the whites, but they'll be close enough. And then they'll be right over all the rest of us. That's exactly how that'll work. They would never be put, quote unquote, to work. They wouldn't be put directly in no fields and this, that, and the third. Nah, they're going to get in where they fit in. They're going to do the things that they need to do in order to get their Happy Meal toys and their trinkets. That's all they're going to do. And they're going to be like, well, I sacrificed everything and I sacrificed and did everything I did in order to make sure that I could benefit my family and my kids. And again, not care about nobody else. Not care about nobody else. But again, they'll make sure to sit up there and fearmonger you into, believing in certain things. But let's keep going.
Don't even know what his rule was. Kamala Harris, who don't know what race she is, gonna protect this country? The devil is a lie. Y'all better keep them signs down. Yeah, I know that. It's being held and talking about expressions of slavery. And you don't even have any Black aldermen there. Now, it's not your fault. It's a testimony of just how sorry and pathetic the black aldermen are in City Hall, which has allowed you all to do all type of things that you all shouldn't be allowed to do. But the fact of the matter is the fact that you have Africans in here today talking about expressions of slavery. Slavery in America happened to us, black Americans, not them. In fact, the Africans of today don't even associate themselves with black Americans. They don't even associate themselves with us. In their little minds, they think they're superior to us. So for them to come over here and think that they should be getting some type of rights and in the conversation of slavery is a straight up insult. Now what you all are trying to do is bring them in on this immigration jump. That's what y'all trying to do. You're trying to bring them in on this immigration jump when you know doggone well the conversation of slavery is not behind black immigrants of today. It's behind black Americans. And you all have yet to address that issue. And you, Sanchez, Rodriguez Sanchez, you won't even give me the dignity of talking about the hate crime bill for black people that I was trying to get going. And you're going to have the audacity to try to bring them in here and try to front like you trying to do something for black people. They're not black Americans. But we're not going to waste our time in here. The real fight is going to be taking place federally. So whatever y'all think y'all going to do today, just a matter of time, it's going to get undone.
Hold on, correct me if I'm wrong. And I just highlighted that comment just to highlight it. But when I look directly at this council that's up here, I'm not seeing nobody black American. That's a little bit weird. I'm not seeing nobody black American directly up there. I barely even see a tan. And as well, and then these are the same folks allowing Africans to basically try to speak on some type of slavery. How are Africans speaking on any type of slavery here in these United States? Y'all ain't never been through or went through whatever it is that y'all just got here. Y'all just literally got here. That is wild. I can't spot. Let me just go back here real quick. Let me just make sure I'm not confused. Maybe there is a black person, directly up there. Let me let this play and let the camera technically zoom, because that's wild to me. Wow, somebody up there is named Rosie Rodriguez. Look at wait. Maybe that bald dude right in the front, maybe he is black. I'm not sure black what, but maybe just maybe he might be the only black American up there, supposedly. Other than him, when I sit up there and look out of the grouping, let me pull that back again. Right, look, zoom in. So the one to the right, that's not black. The dude in the suit, in the far back in the darker suit that has hair, he's not black. The woman I know right behind the quote unquote supposed maybe black American in the front, I know she's not black. Right, so that's three right there. Right, three. And then we move directly. Hold on. Let's look at that. Right. And we keep moving directly over, and we move here. I don't see nobody. I don't see nobody. So we have three over there that's not black, and then we got four over here that's not black. So if my math is correct, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7 people. That's not black. 7, right? And then we keep moving directly over. 8, 9, and 10. Wow. So one person out of all of the people directly up there, one person is potentially black, and we still don't even know realistically, right? But I'm just going to throw that, just in case, right? We got the token black guy directly up there. But out of all of the people up there, 10 of those are not black American. But yet they're supposed to represent the black American population here and supposed to think for them and do what is best in their benefits. What's a better alternative, right? They're going to look out for themselves and their people, or these people here that have no representation, that have no history, that have no connection to black Americans. These people here will look out for the best interests of black Americans and make sure what needs to be done for these black communities, it will get done. Which one? I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure it out. Just trying to figure it out. Looks crazy. And yeah, one of those dudes, they'll look Asian. They'll look real Asian. Now, the highlighted comment, somebody said, "How much are you getting paid for pushing this propaganda?" Exactly. I mean, you're saying exactly as if I had a rebuttal, as if I made a rebuttal. Like that's the craziest thing, which makes no sense. It's like people just be talking to themselves in the comment section. I love it though. Thank you for the comment. You said, "How much are you getting paid for pushing this propaganda?" Exactly. You don't care about anyone else, your family and monetary gain. I guess that was supposed to be you don't care about anybody else but your family and monetary gain. I guess that's what you're trying to allude to. I guess you're trying to say that I'm some type of shill. I guess that's the correct word that people use, or some type of a paid agent. If that is the case, I would love for you to bring up that information. I would love for you to showcase that information. What part of the government I am linked directly to: the CIA, the FBI, Interpol, Voltron, the Legion of Doom, whoever it is. I would love for you to bring up that information if that is what you're trying to allude to, which it seems from your comment that's what you're trying to do. Because I decided that from my own point of view and looking at everything that has transpired over time, that I'm like, obviously the vote that Black Americans have been giving out for the longest time possible for free, just like candy, it has not been beneficial at all. So you don't have a problem, right? You didn't want to call out the fact of that you have a boule, or you have overseers, watchers, whatever you want to call it, who are Black, educated, that are meant to keep every other Black American in a certain place, right? AKA gatekeepers. You didn't want to say anything directly about that. You didn't want to say anything about how when it dealt with the Obama and the Biden administration, there were no real talks about reparations and nothing was, in a sense, done. Nothing happened at all. And again, Black Americans voted the way that everybody told them that they should vote, because they said that it's beneficial. If we keep voting this way, everything is going to change. We will be solid in this, that, and the third, and all this. And it's like, yeah, okay. How did that go again during the Biden administration and the Obama administration? And I told people before that the first time when I voted for Obama, I did it for the simple fact that thinking about my grandmother and thinking about her being, born in 1930s, and everything that she had to go through and everything that she had to see down south. I was like, yeah, this is basically for her, because I'm pretty sure that she was told at a very young age that there would never be a Black president, and that Black folks are not smart enough to ever really obtain or hold a seat in office. So again, I stated honestly, that's the reason why I voted, right? Because she was pretty much, older. I think what was she, like 80 or whatnot during the time. So I'm like, hey, this is something that you'll get to see before you go. And like I said, I was directly honest about that. But like I said, you got me once, but you're not going to give me a second time. And you're not going to get me, another time when it deals with either Biden or Kamala Harris. You're not going to sit up there and get me to do that again. So like I said, I can be directly honest on why it is that I specifically voted at a young age amongst, of course, with my friends during that time. And we pretty much all had the same general consensus. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with being honest. At least I can sit up there and do that. But for you again to sit up there and say that I'm a paid operative, I didn't think I was that important. I mean, wouldn't you think that if I was a paid operative, I would be a lot bigger than what I am? Don't you think that I would have way more subscribers? I would have way bigger voice. Don't you think that I would be all over the television screen, that there wouldn't be a place that you could go without basically hearing or seeing my name? Like, it's crazy when folks out here want to sit up there and really think that somebody is a plan or paid up. It's like, yeah, if that was the case, I would have blown up. I would have really blew up, right? But yeah, that didn't happen. People been trying to sit up there and pack me up for a minute, you know. But I guess I'm a paid operative, I guess. Another person said FBAs are creating something that's not even there. I'm not even sure what you're referring to. I wish people would actually explain, you know. Jay Blaze said, "Neither have you. When were you a slave?" I'm a little bit lost. You do know that the Jewish community still gets reparations still to this date, right? You do realize that the Asian community and especially those who did not, go through anything when it deals with those internment camps or whatnot, they were able to get reparations. Native Americans, of which did not go through the Walk of a Thousand Tears, were able to get reparations in the form of reparations still to this day. It's crazy how a lot of other people around this planet are able to get reparations, but when it deals with Black Americans, this is where people want to make a hard line and be like, "Hey, we're going to do a hard pass on that." Black Americans reparations, no. But it's like the craziest part is we're all supposed to be American, right? And you would think that in your grand wisdom that you would understand that if Black folks were able to get reparations, it would be better for the United States because that's going to be more money that's going to be dispersed. It's going to be moved from our hands because we're going to be ready to spend in these United States, which is going to help out the economy, which is going to help out these jobs, which is going to maybe, I don't know, potentially help out with people being hired instead of fired, right? And again, more money would actually go directly back into the economy. It would help with a little jump. But because of your ignorance, you guys are like, nah, we don't, we would rather y'all not have that money. So knowing the fact that within your communities, let's say like the Appalachians, which are poor white, in all these other areas, you guys are losing on a lot of things all over the place. And if it meant that, if Black people had to get a little bit of something in order to basically help out the country, you guys are like, nah, hard pass. I'm fine with failing. I'm fine with everything going to pot. I'm fine with everything just like being destroyed. That is the stupidest mentality known to man. I just want to put that out there. That is the stupidest thing ever in life. Y'all are the reason why this country is getting destroyed. It's crazy. You said, how old is this video that you're covering? Kamala Harris isn't relevant. Trump is in power. The whole country is falling apart. Gas prices are high. Inflation is high. We're jacked. I mean, it's been that way even during the pandemic. You do realize even before all of this, there were talks about a lot of things and Black and I just brought this up in a previous live stream from yesterday. Black Americans brought up reparations. And like I said yesterday, the United States government lied to everybody and was like, yeah, we don't got the money. We don't, even if we did, we don't have we still wouldn't have the money to sit up there and give it to Black people. But yet they found trillions of dollars to sit up there and give to the United States, to those in the United States. But the United States was broke though. That's crazy. That's wild. That is wild. That is wild. You said Kamala isn't relevant. I'm trying to scroll through and see if that same person decided to pull back up. What is it, Weena? I'm trying to see if they pulled back up and decided to write something else. Nope, nothing else. Nothing else. But yeah, and the craziest part is if it's crazy how people want to worry about how Black Americans would spend reparations. The only thing that y'all should worry about is if we're going to spend it here in these United States. And chances are very great that we will spend money at home first before we spend it anywhere else. Again, that's going to help out the economy. But you guys are so deaf, dumb, and stupid and racist that you're like, nah, that's cool. We don't want them having nothing. What? Don't y'all want more jobs in your communities? Don't you want, more things to, have money being pushed directly in instead of having money just pushed directly out by way of the government, by way of outsourcing jobs? Like it's some crazy work out here that people are just like stuck in this brain rot where they're like, yeah, we don't want them having money. You're stupid. You're 1,000% stupid. 1,000% stupid. And then the craziest part is, that Black folks are going to sit up there and roll up to the malls in a lot of white areas. And again, that's going to be not an influx is not the word that I really want to use, but I'm going to use it anyway. You're going to see an influx. You're going to see a surge, right? A surge of money coming directly into your communities by way of the money that we are willing to sit up there and spend in your communities. So that means directly for you. The same way I put it to you like this, right? The same way when white folks would leave their communities to come to downtown Detroit, and they want to, go to, at the point in time, it was Cobo Arena or Cobo Hall, right? They would, come to the auto show. They would come to Piston games. They would go directly to Red Wings and all this other type of stuff, right? The same way that there would be an influx of money where it would come to the stadium and it would come to the downtown area. And then from the downtown area, it would be dispersed outwards. That's the exact same thing that the money that black people would get from the United States government and form of reparations. That's how that would affect America. But it's like y'all just don't want to sit up there and see it, or y'all just don't want it to happen because y'all feel that somehow, some way, that we're going to enact or do the same things that you guys have done to us historically. Like whatever fear that y'all got is rife with stupidity. Like it's wild, the amount of ignorance directly out here, and you're willing to basically condemn yourselves because of said ignorance or whatever fears. That's crazy. Like, that is wild. Like, we are literally, no matter what happens in these United States to black Americans, we're still willing to sit up there and support America. We're still willing to spend money with America. We're still willing. And then on top of that, even with reparations, we would still be willing to open up businesses here in these United States. Past the treatment that we've gotten, past, present, and future, we would still, beyond anywhere else that we would be around the world, we would still want to open up businesses here in these United States. And y'all are like, no, we don't want that. It was crazy. It needs to be studied. It needs to be. This is why, like I said, I love white people. I love you guys. I love you guys because you guys prove time and time again how you are willing to allow everything fall apart just so that other people won't get a little bit of something. You're willing to let your families, your communities, your jobs, the whole country to fall apart. If it meant, in order to save this country, it meant to give reparations to black Americans so that we can start some type of like repair or resurgence of jobs or whatnot or whatever, you guys would be like, no, that's okay. We like it the way that it is. That's crazy. That's the most wildest thing to just know. Like I said, it's beyond me. It's beyond me. It's beyond me. Like I said, regardless of the treatment that I've received here in these United States, I would still open up a business here. I would still open up. This would be the first place, if I even had a form of, this would be the first place I would sit up there and open up a business. I'm not opening no business nowhere else. I'm going to open up one here in these United States. But like I said, we used to be at a point in time where people liked, meaning America, used to love entrepreneurs. But slowly but surely, the United States have been killing the roads and the avenues for entrepreneurs. So now everything is getting stagnant. If you don't believe me with things getting stagnant, look at all of your phones that you got. Look, everybody, if you're on a cell phone, look at the phone that you got. When is the last time that you've actually seen ingenuity? When's the last time you've seen anything different? Everybody pretty much got the same shape and bezel directly on their phones. Cameras are in the same position on the front and directly on the back. Everybody got the exact same touchscreen. The only difference is one is Android and one is iOS. But pretty much other than that, they pretty much all work the same. There is nothing different about any of the things that we have. Stagnant. So if the tech that we have is reflective of how society is, what do you think that that's going to happen with the job market? What do you think that that's going to happen with inventions? What do you think that that's going to happen with the creatives? Everything's going to be stagnant. This is why you see everybody else moving. Like I said, China at this moment in time has the best cell phones. the creativity that is happening directly over there, is top notch. You just now have some of these companies over here catching up and deciding that, oh, we're going to do some, some folds, or we're going to do some trifolds, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do. I'm like, dog, they were already doing that in China since the pandemic. I'm like, y'all just now catching on to that. Y'all just now catching on to that and want to sit up there and make it seem like it's something brand new. And then when you bring it out, you want to sit up there and charge. Like, basically, you got to sell a child and a half in order to get one of those phones. And then on top of that, if you want to get one of those phones directly from China, they make it very difficult. The United States, I mean, they make it very difficult for you to get one of those phones. They make sure that you're gonna have to be paying, some high and mighty fees. High and mighty fees. Crazy work, but it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Like I said before, the United States does not really like investing in its citizens, but more so specifically in the black citizens. Don't want to invest in. They'll invest in everybody else though. What happened when the United States decided to invest in the Somalians? I gave y'all the video talking about the remittance. They got a 30 to 40% remittance, which basically means that the American dollars that Somalians get, they send it back home. Even though the United States is supposed to be their home, Somalians are serving two gods, right? So they serve one god here in the United States, and they take what it is that they can get from this one, and then they send it back over yonder to the other god. But, like I said, you try to tell people certain things and people don't want to pay attention and listen. So basically what I'm saying is that the United States is fine with supporting and allowing immigrants from wherever to come here and enabling them to start up jobs, to get loans and businesses and to, get homes and all of this stuff. But when it deals with Black Americans who have been here, who have had to march through, swim through the mud and everything else, and had to deal with abhorrent conditions and living situations, we get little to nothing. So like I said before, again, where is your vote specifically going when it deals with the Democratic Party? And again, I don't have, a dog in this fight at all. And I've said that for the longest time possible, because I don't like any of the parties directly out there, because they don't have anything tangible at all for Black Americans, because they literally don't care. They only want the vote, which basically equates to a type of form of power. And then once they get that power, they throw Black Americans directly to the wayside. But then they'll make sure to empower everybody else. While also, while they empower everybody else, they'll also allow those people to push Black Americans directly out of their communities one way or another, by way of, again, giving them money, housing, and jobs. And then as soon as they do that, when they disperse the Black Americans from those Black neighborhoods, guess what? That is now the brand new voting demographic for the Democratic Party. So very slowly but surely, they've been replacing the Black vote with immigrants from other areas around the world. If you don't believe me, go look at what the Somalians stated to the Democrats over there in what was it, Minnesota, wherever it was. They specifically said that if the abuse dealing with ICE and these targeted attacks don't stop when it deals with us Somalis, we're going to have to come together as a community and we're going to change our vote. So if that means that we have to change our vote and go conservative to go Republican in order to get the Democrats out to stop these ICE raids, then we're going to do that. That's what the Somalis told Democrats. So like I said before, nobody has to believe me when I'm sitting up there saying that the immigrants here have been used in order to position and to further prop up the Democratic Party, and those immigrants are being used to replace the Black American vote. You don't have to believe me. Go back and listen to what the Somalians stated at a town hall meeting. Anyways, we're going to carry directly on.
For Black people, they're not Black Americans. But we're not going to waste our time in here. The real fight is going to be taking place federally. So whatever y'all think y'all going to do today, just a matter of time, it's going to get undone. Before y'all get real comfortable, don't unpack your clothes, because you're going to get sent back. You better check that paperwork, because if it ain't right, ICE coming to get y'all too. I don't care if your skin is black. You don't get to come over here and ride the black American wagon for something that you think you're going to get. Don't look at that clock like you rushing me, because I'm going to see you in a form much bigger than this, in a form that's going to be bigger than 3 minutes. You can believe that. And anything you think that you're going to do today, it's going to get undone. Africans are not black Americans. The slave trade was on us, not them. They don't even associate with us. Don't play no games with black people. That's why the Democrat Party in trouble right now, messing with black people, not them, not them. We got the power in America. You better understand that. Watch.
It's crazy work out here. Diabolical in nature. I was really trying to look through the chat to see if this person, Weena, was still there. I'm not sure if they might have got packed up by way of one of my moderators or not. That would actually suck, but it'd be like that. Yo, Sir Nick, what is up? What is up? What is up? Looking through the comment section. Also, shout out to everybody that's in the comment section taking part in the conversation. Tippy said I can do a split screen on my phone. What you talking about? Yo, Tippy is hilarious. Tippy is hilarious. Somebody said, so helping their families is a problem now. Nobody said helping anybody's family is a problem, but I'm stating how it is that they're being used in order to go against Black Americans. I am covering that, and I am stating that. Oh no, I'm sorry. Or maybe you might have been responding to the comment up above. My apologies. My apologies, because I forgot I did have the comment, directly up there. So you could be talking about either or. But this person said you're blaming immigrants is just what they want you to do. They want you to divide. This is the problem that I have, right? Nobody is specifically, in a sense, blaming the immigrants. I'm stating that the immigrants are being used, and there are instances of which that I've covered on live streams and videos of which immigrants have stated that they don't care about Black Americans and what it is that we have to face or go through. It just be like that. In other instances, you have immigrants that have decided to call Black Americans racial slurs. This means that you have had Hispanic immigrants. You've also had African immigrants that have decided to use these slurs as well. So if you want to talk about people that want to go out there and divide, you have to then point and look directly at those immigrants who are just getting in here to this country and who opt, instead of trying to work with and be a part of the Black American community, who Black Americans have allowed them to be here, meaning that we allowed them to open up their businesses, we allowed them to live here, we allow their kids to be amongst us and everything of that sort. Now, you have to be mindful that during certain time periods in history, this is all that they could do. If they were coming directly from another place, they had to be here amongst the Black community. Now, realistically, they don't have to actually do that, but they make sure to do that because if you are Arab and you just get here, you got two choices. You can either be in New York or you can be in Dearborn, Michigan. And then if you want to own a business, you got two choices. You can be in New York, Dearborn, Michigan, or third option would possibly potentially be, Texas, right? And you can open up a business there, or the easiest route is that you can live in one place and then you can commute to Detroit, and then you can have your gas station or whatever it is there. And that's what a lot of folks like to do. The Asians, they got all types of businesses throughout the Black communities, but I can't tell you where Asians are in the Black community. I've never seen them. Color me surprised directly on that. Arabs have businesses in Black communities, but I can't tell you where those Arabs are in the Black community. Again, color me surprised. Like I said, it's crazy to me how all of these folks who are immigrants open up or own businesses in Black communities, but don't live in the same community of which they're getting and or / taking money directly out of. But yet you want to pull up to the scene and sit up there and say that I'm blaming the immigrants or causing some type of divisiveness and all this other type of stuff. The divisiveness did not start with Black Americans. It started with everybody else. I've covered this 99 different times, and even with any of the information I put directly up there, people can easily look up for themselves. People will still opt to pull up to the scene and write comments like this. That's wild to me. It's just like I said before, it's as if people want to ignore the truth and believe lies. Everybody out here wants to been saying the same thing. Like, just like when it dealt with the pandemic, people are like, oh, realistically, it's the Black Americans. They're the ones that's passing on the pandemic, and they're the reason that everybody's catching it. They're the spreaders because they don't want to listen to who, and they don't want to listen to the government and all this other type of stuff. When it dealt with Stop the Asian Hate, oh, it's the Black Americans. They're the ones that actually have hatred and xenophobia towards the Asians and this, that, and the third. And look at this and look at that and rah, 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 rah. And now we come to a third time where here we are when it deals with immigration and everybody's like, oh, looky, it's Black Americans again, guys. Black Americans are the causation of xenophobia and the hatred and the dissentment when it's geared towards all of these immigrants directly out here. It's the exact same story every single time. And you would think that it's only Black Americans here in the United States. You would think that nobody else is here. By the way that people explain this, nobody else is here but Black Americans. I'm like, wow. And people just eat this up. Obviously, looking at the comment, people just be eating this stuff up. That is crazy. That is crazy. So looking at this previous comment, you said that no one is going to go to Republicans to get rid of ICE. You said that is nonsense. Again, like I said before, you don't gotta listen to me. Go listen to what the Somalians specifically told Democrats. Go listen to what they said. Like I said, you don't have to believe me. I could be the world's greatest liar at this moment in time. Go look it up. It's not that difficult. You can go directly on X and you can look at all the videos of Somalians listing their complaints, talking to political officials, going to town hall meetings. Go knock yourself right on out. You do not have to listen to me. Go do your research. Like I said, I've shown off the video verbatim. I'm not going to show it off again because you can go look it up yourself. Like, that's crazy. Like, it is 100% ridiculous out here. Like, grown people just refuse to even pay attention. And it's like, I'm just trying to figure out, how did y'all make it so far? Oh, let me see. Somebody said that where would you be had your tribal chiefs not sold you to Americas? This is crazy. Oh man, is this AI? The way that this is even structured, maybe my brain is breaking down. Like, maybe I'm let me read that again. You said, where would you be had your tribal chiefs not sold you to Americans? Oh man, like, when people try to be racist and then it's like it just doesn't fully come through. This is why I be laughing at stuff, because it's like, at one point in time when doing this channel, when folks would come up and try to really throw shots, I was like, y'all really knew how to structure, y'all stuff. Y'all was really, coming with a little bit of stuff. It was still ignorant, but y'all was still really coming with something. Now it's just like, are y'all even trying? Like, did y'all people talk about me and my titles when I release videos, but it's like, did you even run this directly through AI to structure this at all? Did you even attempt to do anything before you wrote this? Spell check cannot be beating you down, and autocorrect cannot be knocking you out this hard for you to put this directly up here for me to highlight this. You got to be kidding me. So the answer to what you basically stated, you said basically, where would I be? I would still be in the United States. So I'm glad we had that conversation. Thank you for that comment, though. That was beautiful. I did need a laugh, though. I did need a laugh. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. We got Brandon Viewer. You said, dang, started early this morning. Good morning, all. And here comes a new challenger. Shout out to the brother for the $5 donate to the channel. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, much love. Bass Ranger said, if immigrants make America great, why didn't they stay home to make their nation great? That is facts. That is facts. Runners and track stars. That's why. A lot of people can only show off how great they are when they come to the United States. For whatever reason, dealing with competition, people can't seem to do that amongst their own people. They can't seem to actually stick out. So they have to go where there's few of them, versus them being amongst the many in order to show how great they are. Case in point, the Nigerians. How many times have you heard Nigerians basically big themselves up, talking about how great they are, how intelligent, how smart they are, how many degrees and how much money that they're basically making in the United States over Black Americans? But yet, when you put those same Nigerians back over there in Nigeria, none of this is happening. All of that ego, all of that pride, all of that mouth that they got, it ain't there. They're walking through the streets with open toe sandals, with rundown shorts, defecating in the streets, walking past homeless kids, just out there begging. It's crazy work how that happens. It's crazy how that works. Nightfall said, just like the AIDS epidemic in the 80s. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Like I said, so many times throughout history, they've tried to blame Black Americans for a lot of stuff, and it was not our fault. But like I said, people will believe anything. Just saying. You said, I just mentioned that we should not let divide for all whom face the racist. See, this is the problem. The Somalians basically they don't consider themselves Black. They don't consider themselves African. They consider themselves white or Arab. When I look at the Hispanic community, and I showcased this even just the previous day, they're classified as white. So I'm a little bit confused on what you're talking about with this racism and this divide. I'm looking at two groups who consider themselves to be white, who clearly are not white. But yet you're telling me that Black Americans should not succumb to division. But yet those out there who are, not Black American have already started the divide. So I'm a little bit confused. I'm like, how is it on Black Americans to own this whole thing with the divide when everybody else basically started this? Like I said, I'm just a little bit confused. I done heard, every which way from a lot of different people sitting up there saying like, no, I'm not Black American. So I'm like, what are we talking about here? Like, I'm just a little bit confused. Brandon P. World said, GDU Roman Reigns is straight. Yo, that's crazy. That is wild. That is wild. Tippy's like, is that the tribal chief you talking about? It's bars. Let me see what else we got. I'm trying to catch up through the comments here because I did take a minute. Let me see. Wait, did she write something else? Somebody said you're exaggerating it though. What specifically am I exaggerating? I'm a little bit confused. Somebody said, how about America stop stealing other countries' resources? How about y'all stop allowing America in there even to touch your resources? How about that one? How about that one? How about you stop allowing America? How about you stop allowing Europe? How about you stop allowing China? How about that? Because I'm just trying to figure out, like, how do you basically blame another country that's being allowed to go directly over there one way or another? I could have sworn, didn't people used to fight for resources? And instead of just, oh, come in, oh yeah, the white man. Like, I'm a little bit confused. Like, how did it go from people being so proud and being fighters and all this other type of stuff, right? How people always want to, put themselves up like, yo, man, historically, we were just these fighters. We fought on the shores and this, that, and the third. We fought back, Europe and all this. And then you just welcome in, America with the red carpet. You got flowers, you got rose petals directly in there. You would have thought, right, that this was the end of a date. You got the rose petals, you got the red carpet, you got the candles lit. You showing them exactly where the wealth is of the country. But you're like, hey, how about America styles basically coming directly into these countries? How about y'all actually sit up there and fight? How about that one? Is that a hard concept? Is that a difficult concept to actually comprehend and to grasp? How about you actually fight for your home and your resources instead of running away? Like, it's crazy to sit up there and say, stop allowing America to come into other countries and steal resources. But yet those same people complaining are the same exact ones catching planes, trains, and boats to come to the United States. How does that work? And it's crazy how a lot of y'all complain about America being directly in your countries while living and being and benefiting off of America. How does that work? How does that even make any type of sense? It doesn't. It doesn't. It's like, yo, what are y'all doing out here? Like that's 100% wild. Like, what? You said FBA started the division. So let me get this straight. So when I look up the stories of Black Americans in California and how it is that they're being firebombed out of their neighborhoods, their homes are being targeted by the Latin gangs directly out there, and so many other things. So you mean to tell me that Black Americans started that division? So you mean to tell me that when it deals with prison, when you got the Aryans, you got the Latins and the blacks, and whenever some type of race war, as people would like to say, right, these race gang wars start up in prison, what do you think that the Latins go for? Do you think that they just stay by themselves? Do you think that they B, go with the blacks? Or do you think C, they all head right with the whites? Let me tell you, the option is C. They go with the whites. But I guess even then you're going to sit up there and say that the blacks, they're the ones that started the division. So back in the 1940s, when it dealt with Hispanics wanting to be categorized as white because they didn't want to face the same hardships and discriminations that Black Americans face, who are we going to blame for that? Are we going to say it was the blacks? Are we going to say it's the blacks, or are we going to say it's them? I'm pretty sure you're going to sit up and say it's the blacks. It's crazy how that works. It's crazy how everybody wants to sit up there and blame Black Americans for all of this division that has been here before we were able to even do anything out here. That's some crazy work. That's crazy work. Like y'all the same folks that want to sit up there and blame Black folks for the reason that there was a separation of color. It's like, oh, we got the white side of town, the black side of town. We got white water fountains, black water fountains. We got black seats, we got white seats. I guess even still within that, it was Black people's fault. It was our fault that there was this segregation going on. Color me surprised. It's like, it's crazy. At this point, I really feel like heaven has to be segregated. The blacks have to be outside, and everybody that's white and other is directly, beyond the pearly gates. Like, this is crazy. It is wild out here. Let me tell you something. How do we start having conversations about Dominicans? Dominicans don't even like Haitians. Like, what do we like? Are we really doing this right now? Are we really doing this right now? Like I said, I worked with Dominicans before, and they sat up there and, yo, Papo, me no black. Let's not do this. Let's not do this. Let's not do this. Like, that's crazy. Like that is let's not do that. You said you're all over the place in your hypocrite statement. I mean, I guess. I give examples. Some people have told me my examples don't really, fit the bill, or maybe might not make sense. And, maybe I overshoot the mark. But there are people out there that can understand my Scooby Doo talk, and they see what it is that I'm saying. Some people can't. Like I said, I guess I got a lot of shaggies out here that are able to interpret what it is that I'm stating. And the rest of y'all must be, Velma and the other two. It'd be like that. I got some scrappies, and I got some shaggies out here that actually understand what it is that I'm saying. It'd be like that. I guess you got to be able to interpret and hear the language in order to understand the message and the word. I guess that's how it works. Not even Rosetta Stone can help you here. So, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Tippy said the video of the Asian man that was whipping on the African men like a child Piss me off. Hey, it be like that. Africans ain't speaking on that though. They allow all those Asian men directly over there to get they women pregnant so that they can lay claims to the land later on in the future. And China and whatnot or whatever over there playing chess moves, and Africans not even playing checkers. That's wild to me. That's crazy. Talking about some stop the division, but you can't even stop the division at home where you came from. That's wild to me. Yo, that is crazy. That's crazy. Somebody said you just want to blame others instead of truly looking at the system is made to divide. When I say you, I am replying to your comments, not the color of your skins. You know, the craziest thing is throughout me having conversations, I've specifically placed blame where it needs to be placed. You're not privy to that because I'm guessing you just got here. So, with all of your lack of research and lack of knowledge on the things that I've talked about, this is the assumption, and I do mean assumption, that you decided to come directly to because you lack the proper information, like most people who come directly to these live streams and or these videos. And in a lot of times, y'all come to these live streams and these videos, y'all not really coming from a point of trying to like understand. Y'all just want to hurry up and emotionally get some stuff off real quick, emotionally. And this is how we have the comments that we normally have. It be like that though. Like I said, I love those comments 100%. Like I said, keep bringing them. Bring your friends, your family, horses, dogs, whatever you got. Bring them all up here and let them come directly through, right? We got somebody said that they're brand new to the channel. Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is up? What is up? What is up? What else we got directly up here? Also, shout out to Nightfall. Somebody said that Latinos flood the market in Cali and lock Black Americans out. Black Americans in the South must lock these people out. I mean, technically, the South are they're pretty much they're good at this moment in time. Now, there will come a point in time where the Black Americans down south are going to start to see the problems that are on the West and the East Coast and up north. It inevitably it is going to happen. It's going to be slow. It's going to be a very slow, turn of events, but it is going to happen because that's the last place where it's going to go. But I feel as though that there's going to be a very tough resistance down there, and it's not going to be like what's been happening everywhere else. Yo, perfectly imperfect. What is up? You said that Seji, you my kind of folk. Yo, what is up? Much love, much love. Somebody said the oddball. What is up? You said Africans don't like Africans and treat each other worse than we ever could. Yeah, 100%. That is 100% facts. Hello, hey, what is up? You said we don't care about all the African diaspora BS anymore. We're concerned with our own future, and that's because that is the energy the diaspora gave us. So now we are reciprocating 100%. 100%. Like I said before, the moment in time that Black Americans, we start returning the exact same energy everybody else delivers, you can clearly see this is when everybody has a problem. This is when people are like, oh, Black Americans, you guys are racist. You guys are xenophobic. You guys are hateful. You guys hate everybody that's not specifically. No. We never said that we hated y'all. We never said that. We said that we have pride, immense pride in who it is that we are. In our history, the good, bad, and the ugly. We are willing to accept all of that since everybody has been telling us throughout the many decades and years and whatever it is that we are not of them. We've had Dominicans and Latins tell us that they are not Black. We've had Africans tell us that they are not Black. Somalians tell us they are not Black. We've had all these other groups of people out there with melanin directly in their skin that we've observed tell us that we are not Black. So now we're like, you know what? You guys are right. You are you and we are us. And clear cut by everything that we are stating, we're signifying and letting you know that we are different from everybody else because y'all don't share our history. You don't share our lineage. You don't share our walks in life. You don't share our culture. You don't share our creative nature. You don't share anything that we have. And now when we sit up there and say that openly, just like everybody else has been saying it themselves, now we're the problem. Now everybody wants to boo hoo cry. Now everybody wants to bandwagon and jump and start saying, "Oh, look at those Black Americans. They're just as hateful as the governments that they say that they're fighting against. They're just the same as the white people and this, that, and the third. They're the same as the slave master." And I'm like, wow, that's crazy. That's y'all going far beyond any extent possible in order to categorize Black Americans as something that they're not, all because of a disagreement, all because you don't like what it is that we're specifically saying, even though we're repeating every single thing that you guys have ever told us. You just don't like that it's coming from us. It's fine when you guys say it. The Asians said stuff to us, Lanza said stuff to us, Africans have said stuff to everybody, have said stuff to us. It was completely fine. Y'all were high-fiving and being directly in your own little separate corners, pointing directly at Black Americans. But now, all of a sudden, y'all the Legion of Doom out here. Y'all all got a seat at this table, and the main villain, the main work that y'all want to make sure to dissect and get rid of is Black Americans. I'm like, wow, I thought y'all didn't see how that. I'm like, I thought y'all didn't like each other. Dominicans and Haitians, we know how y'all sit up there and get down. We know y'all don't really sit up there and like, each other. And then you got the Cubans with the Latins and other folks directly. We know that y'all don't sit up there like anybody because y'all think that y'all like high and mighty white and all this other. Like, it's crazy out here how all of these people who normally don't get along, when all of a sudden they see Black Americans as the enemy, now everybody is making TikTok videos. Everybody got these platforms. Everybody got these YouTube channels. Everybody got something to say on Black Americans and Black American cultures and what it is that Black Americans speak on and what it is that we do in our community. Magically, all of a sudden, y'all are all experts. But I'm like, how are you experts on something that y'all said didn't exist? Y'all said Black Americans don't have a culture. We don't do nothing. Y'all said that we're lazy. We don't have no education. We don't have no business. We don't do nothing. So how are y'all making a topic about a group of people that technically doesn't exist and they don't add anything to any conversations or even to the world? It's a little bit weird to me. The same people that y'all say don't got nothing are the same ones that y'all make platforms and make money directly off of. That's crazy. It is crazy out here. It is diabolical. Diabolical. It's wild. Let me see what else we got directly up here. Somebody said, D-Gen, what is up? You said you gotta love how, I think that's a Nancy that you got directly up there. Shout out to you. You said, gotta love how they gaslight and talk about us like a dog, but they wonder why we don't jump off the porch for them when the stove gets hot. That's bars. That's straight bars. Somebody said Latinos on the West Coast can flood easily because the Mex-Cali border is 2 hours away. True. That is true. That's true. That's true. Casey, what is up? You said, I believe some Blacks are being implicated in the current climate of victimization and entitlement. Certainly not all Blacks, and certainly not Blacks during the Jim Crow era, just certain DEI activists. That's a classic word that I love so much, DEI. It's one of those words that people caught on to. Like for about like a good year and a half, everybody was saying that anything that was dealing with Black folks is woke. Oh, it's woke. It's woke. It's woke. Oh, you got 3 Black people that got hired at GM or Google. Oh, that's woke. See how easily a certain group of people can kill off words real quick to the point where nobody really uses it anymore. I have yet to, at this moment in time, when it deals with like the whole DEI, when it deals with, I've really not heard a resurgence of those words by a lot of these quote unquote free thinkers, by a lot of these conservative types. I'm like, it's crazy how those words just automatically died off. I'm like, nobody noticed that. It's like those words were everywhere. It was almost as if there was some type of major push in the background where somebody was telling all of these people with these large platforms to start using these words. And when you use these words, we're going to pay you for using these words up until we see no further purpose. AKA, we're going to have you push this narrative and these things directly out here so that the masses will sit up there and be entrenched and believe directly within it, and also use the words as well, because that's what happened. Everybody was sitting up there using woke. Everybody was using DEI. But again, whenever they were talking about woke and DEI, they were specifically talking about black folks. And if they weren't talking about black folks on a rare times that they weren't, then they were talking about women being hired into positions that they feel that they were undeserving of, even if the woman was overqualified. And do you know that the group of people that were complaining about women getting these higher positions, it wasn't black men? I'll tell you that one. So again, going back to the whole thing where people say, this whole divisiveness and rah rah rah, it's like, yeah, it's never been black people to start this stuff. You know, it's never been black people to start this stuff. We've done our best to be the most accepting folks directly out here. We have done our best. And for whatever reasons, with whatever proof that we have, again, historically speaking, people want to look at it the other way. Like I said, to the Asian community, they said stop the Asian hate. Y'all wasn't screaming that back when the Chinese and the Japanese got put into internment camps by way of the United States government. Again, white folks. Y'all wasn't saying stop the Asian hate then. I didn't see a lick. I didn't hear nothing. Nobody made any poster signs or nothing like that. No, y'all didn't have no signs on a 2x4 or whatever. Y'all wasn't doing that. But now all of a sudden, y'all want to sit up there and pull like some K-pop artists directly over here, and y'all want to start going to the White House and talking about stop the Asian hate. Korean artists, what do y'all even know about being in the United States? Y'all see a few videos directly up over here, and y'all pop up on the scene acting as if you're the spokesperson. But the crazy part is the amount of abuse that goes on by way of Asian men to Asian women is crazy. Shouldn't y'all be saying stop the Asian female hate directly in those countries? But y'all not about that life though. Y'all not about talking about how the Asian men sit up there and treat those women direct. And I'm talking about it be knockout, drag out, and those Asian women be losing. I'm talking about losing 100-fold. Even if they come in there and try to defend another Asian woman, that woman is getting knocked down either by that guy or some other bystander just passing by, telling her to chill out. But like I said, everybody wants to be on this bandwagon. Oh, it's the blacks, stop the Asian hate. But like I said, man, it's crazy. It is wild. That is crazy. 100%. Let me see. Somebody. Oh, that's a beautiful comment. I like those comments. You said blame whites because your own people are evil, ignorant blacks. You know what? Who is this? The tall stoner. I love you, my guy. Thank you for that comment because I had something sitting in the background. I was doing a little bit of research on. I was trying to figure out if I was ever going to potentially do a video directly on it. But since we're doing a live stream, I thought that it would be very great for me to bring up this information. For anybody that's sitting here, I want people to read this, right? Because the tall stoner decided that he wanted to, in his vast wisdom and intelligence, he wanted to show forth directly upon his platform. And I had this sitting directly in the background as of today, as of a few hours ago, because I ran across some information and I did not know that in the 1890s to the 1940s, that white children had a high propensity of catching STDs. Now, without blaming black men, without even putting black men in a conversation, I need for any white male in this live right now, tell me, how is it possible that any of these white kids were able to get an STD? Explain that to me. Take your time. Take your time. Take as much time. Take as much time as you need to sit up there and do. Since we want to go on a whole thing of sitting up there saying that blacks are evil and ignorant, take your time. Take your time. Please take your time. Educate me. Shout out to Brother Allen for the $5 dono. Much love, respect, and appreciation. I know that there's got to be some white men directly in the background because I know y'all love racism. I know y'all love stats. So we're going back before anything that was really happening in the United States, because we still had slavery and whatnot, during some of these times, 1890, 19. Well, maybe we didn't. Like I said, my memory might be a little bit jumbled on certain things. But what I'm saying is that we weren't at a point in time that you could sit up there and say, oh, statistically speaking, the 13%, the stats, you can't do that here. So explain to me without saying blacks. Explain to me how your white kids your daughters specifically were catching gonorrhea. Explain that to me. Explain that to me. I'll wait. Because if you want to bring up the blacks, let me know the stats. Let me know the stats of the blacks that were over there during the time that were just infecting, your daughters left and right. Let me know that. Let me know that. Because that's crazy. Because I'm like, ain't y'all supposed to be the protectors? Right? You want to talk about people are evil and ignorant. Like, what is this? What happened? Don't get silent on me now. Don't be scared to speak up now, because again, that whole stat work, the whole numbers and whatnot that y'all like to use now, you can't use that for these timelines. So how did this happen? How did this happen? I'm just educate me, because y'all always say that blacks are ignorant. We don't know what we're talking about. Educate me. Explain to me how your white daughters got infected with STDs. Explain this to me. I'll wait. Like I said, that's crazy. Matter of fact, I'll make it one better. Let me just sit up there and switch it for you. So it says, right, sanitize for your protection, medical discourse, and the denial of incest in the United States, 1890 through 1940. Since people want to be hard of hearing and deaf and slow, since people don't want to pull up to the scene, right? Because people want to sit up there and start talking crazy when it deals with black people, when we're pointing out certain things. So now make me look crazy. Explain. I know I got some white men directly in the background. I need y'all to basically step up in your grand wisdom of being racist, right? In your grand wizardry. I need you to step up to the scene and let me know how the blacks were the cause of your daughters getting these STDs. Oh, that's right. Wait. You can't say the blacks because they said incest. Ooh, Jesus. That took a dark turn. And then this was around the same time that y'all wanted to write in books and say that, oh, the reason that your kids are your babies are catching these STDs is because of doorknobs and toilet seats. That's the grand logic that you came up with because you did not want to point out the behavior that you were doing. All of these so-called great fathers that people like to say that, oh, white men, they're great fathers. They're always there. They're always, yeah, I bet you are always there and present. Yep. Turning kids into sock puppets, huh? Having your way, right? Trauma after trauma after trauma. So I guess this is why we have fields of sexual deviance directly out here in these United States. Like, it's crazy, whenever I happen to bring up this this information and I showcase this, folks never want to come back up to speak, or none of their brethren want to come back up in order to try to refute this information. Because normally when I bring up information, you always want to pull up to the scene. Oh, but the blacks, I'm a little bit confused. I mean, you got somebody that's trying in the comment section. They were like, but blacks prosper more in the United States than any other country, but we're racist. So what does that have to do with the information that it basically states that white men are the causation of their children getting gonorrhea in between the times of 1890 through 1940? How is it possible that even with information directly in front of you, you magically can't pull up any numbers or stats like you guys normally like to do on my live stream? I'm a little bit confused. How is it possible that you can't attack this situation without saying blacks or speaking on black people? I'm a little bit confused. Masses of the universe at work here, folks. We got over 200 people here, and magically, I know some white dudes in the background. Y'all dead silent today. Any other time? Like, is this all I have to do? I just got to keep bringing up this information in order to shut y'all up real quick. Is that all I have to do? Because I can keep doing that. That's easy work. Like I said, y'all the ones that be writing books and collecting information on your own deeds. It's crazy. Diabolical. And then y'all are the same ones that sit up there and say that that black men are the most problematic in America and that we cause the most issues. This says differently. What were black people? Matter of fact, let me just type this in real quick. Let me just see something real quick. What was this? 18? What was that? 1840? Let me just make sure I got that correct. 18. Oh, sorry, 1890. 1890. What were in 1890? So let's see what black folks were doing in 1890. They said in 1890, black Americans were navigating the dawn of Jim Crow era, right? Balancing significant institutional progress with intensifying racial oppression. While many worked as Southern sharecroppers or laborers, a growing professional class emerged alongside advancements in education and independent institution building. Black Americans were actively building churches, schools, and businesses, yet simultaneously losing voting rights through, for example, the 1890 Mississippi Plan. So pretty much black Americans were minding their own business. So we can't just sit up there and say that this is the fault of the blacks. You know, just just saying. So you said that black men commit the most crimes. Okay. Even though I went over the FBI stats again, I don't feel like pulling those back up and doing that whole ring around a rosy. But let's just say this, right? So in comparison, so you're fine with your grouping of people committing these acts against the children and family. You're like, well, as long as we're not committing the most crimes like these black men out here, we're fine with these stats. So that's what you're saying. In comparison to what it is that you're saying that you're completely fine with the information that I'm putting up here because it's nowhere in the same league as black men committing crimes in the United States. That's crazy. This is wild. that's a wild stance to take. Yo, I've never in my life, do people not think things out before they just so happen to say it? Like I said, this is just like that podcast where those two Caucasian dudes were sitting up there talking about, like, yo, do you know how it is being a brand new father and holding a child and you sit up there and have an erection? Like, has that ever happened? That's the weirdest conversation. And that was two white men having that conversation, and they were laughing about it. That's not a laughing situation. That's a very weird conversation for you to be talking about. You're holding your child or your daughter, and you are that basically happens. CPS, FBI, somebody. can we get somebody to that house to check on that child? I'm just a little bit confused on how it is that people on the web did not have CPS directly at that dude's door. Like that's weird to me. That's wild to me. But yet here you are directly in my live stream, basically saying in comparison that, hey, well, you blacks, you commit the most crimes. So this is a positive in comparison. What it is that this is a you're fine with this. You're fine. you're fine. Wait a minute. Where did you go? Where did you go? Gotta highlight you. So you're fine with this? He was like, black men commit the most crime. You didn't even try to refute the information directly in front. You were like, it is what it is. You're like, well, it's better that we do this versus committing all these crimes in the United States. Y'all just do not take the time. Y'all do not take the time directly out here. That is wild to me. That is wild. Wow. And this is what projection looks like. Where people are completely fine with one thing, but then at the same time, they'll be like, but look what the blacks do. Did never, like I said, that this person here never at any point in the time wanted to refute this information here. Again, this was written by the white folks. So, you're going to be arguing with yourself, at the end of the day, right? Didn't want to refute this, didn't want to discount this, or try to, it's not credible. Who wrote this? Who put this information together? I bet you was a liberal. I bet you was a Democrat. I bet you. Right? It wasn't none of that. It was just like, we're just gonna overlook that. But look over here to the blacks. Wow. That's diabolical. It's diabolical. But like I said before, a lot of folks want to let's go to it like this, right? A lot of folks want to say 13 to 14% of the population commit the most crimes. Okay, cool, that's fine, no problem. Now, what percentage of the United States what percentage of the United States population decides to start the most wars? Let's try that one. Out of the population, when we deal with white men and we deal with black men, which demographic are more prone to start wars in other countries, which would then add into the loss of lives in the areas that they touch around the world? Would that be black men or would that be white men? Matter of fact, let's go to it like this. Out of the demographics of black and white, which men, demographically speaking, have dropped the most bombs in countries all over the world? What's the stats and the numbers on that? Matter of fact, which demographic has specifically spent the most money to aid, to cause wars or coups, and to drop bombs? Who would that be? Who would that be, since we're dealing with stats, since everybody want to talk about per capita numbers and all this other type of stuff, and people want to talk about, blacks are the reason that the economy is the way that it is. Last time I checked, these wars, they've been adding up. Hundreds of billions of dollars been going over to other countries, but magically, for whatever reason, you guys don't want to look at that, like y'all don't want to look at the Epstein files. That's a little bit weird to me. That's a little bit weird to me. It's like, as soon as you understand and acknowledge that everybody that's doing this looks like you, it's like, we're going to sweep this under the rug. But the blacks, a trillion people just died in Chicago just like 3 seconds ago. Why don't you blacks talk about that? Why don't you blacks talk about these Democratic, run cities and this, that, and the third, and how it is that you can't run your neighborhoods and rah, 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 rah. You guys always like to move the goalpost to something else versus focusing on what the problem specifically is. That's crazy. It's diabolical. Like I said, it's very much weird knowing the amount of people that is clearly hearing this live stream at this moment in time. And I know that there are some white folks sitting directly in the background and y'all sitting silent. And this be the problem right here, right? So the ones that consider themselves the good ones, you guys sit in silence, which means that you are in a sense an accessory to everything that is going on, because you're not calling it out and you're not trying to break it apart. So you're basically within the exact same vein or in cahoots with the ones that come directly up to the platform saying all of this ignorant nonsense directly to black folks, but yet you call yourselves allies, which is a little bit weird, because an ally would normally defend. An ally would normally show up and actually say something. An ally would normally pull up to the scene to dismantle any type of nonsensical nonsense directly from their own people that they know is the causation of a lot of problems and issues, as which that I put the information directly up about. It's crazy work. But people say that they're allies, right? Again, you got a lot of white folks. When there was a black ICE agent, there were these quote unquote Democrats, liberals, right, as people like to call them, that decided that if they saw anybody that was reflective or looked black that was working for ICE, that they were going to start calling them a racial slur. They're going to start calling them directly out of their name. And I'm like, that's a little bit weird. I'm like, what happened? I thought that people said that it was the Republicans. And again, I'm saying this, I don't have a dog in this race, but I'm going by the logic that people use directly out here, where people want to say that the Republicans are the most racist directly out here. But yet I see those who are considered liberals or Democrats, the ones out there calling black ICE agents Uncle Toms, raccoons, and all this other type of stuff, and even threatening their lives. That's a little bit weird to me. That's a little bit weird to me. A little bit confused. So you pulled up to the scene again, and like I said, I like the consistency. I like at least that you're here, that you're consistent, and that you'll make sure to overlook the information that is directly in front, even with the other stuff that I, in a sense, listed. Since people want to sit up there and say that blacks are the causation for certain things, and I'm like, okay, within the same vein, then white folks are the causations for the wars that the United States goes directly in, and you can't list blacks for that. Now I know that normally you guys want to sit up there and go off on the deep end and you want to start naming a whole nother group for the causation of all of these wars and everything that's happening, for the collapsing of the economy and everything dealing with the money. I know you guys like to sit up there and list another group, but that's a little bit weird to me, seeing though as how white people said that they formulated and made this country exactly what it is. And it's a little bit weird that the strongest ones out here who created this country will basically say that they are weak or have a weakness to another group of people. That's a little bit weird. It's like y'all don't really think about the stuff that y'all say. It's like you're strong on one end. When it deals with the blacks, you guys are mighty. You're Hercules. You're strong. But when it deals with a whole nother group directly out there, you guys are motherfucking Lois Lane. Like, what are we doing? Like, what is really happening direct? You can't make up your minds on what it is that you want to sit up there and do. It's either on one end, you're Superman, or on the other end, you're Lois Lane. And you can't be to blame for everything that's going on directly out here. It's actually this other group and working in the shadows behind the scenes, doing the drawstrings. And come on, dog. That's crazy. Mm-mm-mm. That is diabolical. Diabolical. Let me tell you something. Let me see. What do we have here? Somebody said, Chrissy said there's no such thing as the good ones. Sitting by and saying nothing makes the just as much. You said make, I think it was like makes sense. Just as much as wait. The good ones sitting by and saying nothing makes them just as much as a problem. Okay, I got you. I had to reread it in my mind real quick. Tippy said, I hear they was charging the gas at gas stations on May 1st. Supposed to be cheaper, but it runs out quicker. Might ruin your car and force you to buy an electric vehicle. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's going to be a lot of stuff dealing with electric vehicles. Yep. Danny said, bro, I saw that and they legit said the hard R. The fact everyone is all right with it is wild, and I'm not even black. Yeah, it'd be like that. Like I said, the moment in time people really have a disagreement with black folks, you'll actually see what it is, how it is that they sit up there and move. Like I said, I've seen Indian women who, again, are Indian, and in some instances they're darker than me, and they're out there calling black women racial slurs, and I'm like, are you stupid? So I'm like, do you really think, as a darker complected Indian, I'm talking about Indian from India, I'm like, do you really think, from I guess I got to say like Hindustan or whatever, right? But I'm like, as dark as you are, do you really think that everybody thinks that you're not who you are? I'm like, you're stupid. And this is what black Americans have to sit up there and deal with when it deals with other folks directly out here. This is why we are out here saying the things that we say, because of the lack of respect that we're getting all this type of nonsense to us. All this type of nonsense. Like I said, it's crazy. It is diabolical. Somebody said like they consistently attack Carmelo Anthony, but never have anything to say about Casey Allison. It's crazy. That is diabolical. Like I said, I had to sit up there and take a side quest real quick because people wanted to start, talking completely crazy about black Americans. That's wild. That is 100% wild. Like I said, it'd be like that. But now, since we're done with that side quest, right, we can go directly back to the previous videos, and we got this one right here.
seen, her name is Miss McQueen. Thank you very much, Miss McQueen, for your beautiful video talking about the more that y'all go against FBA, the more that y'all tell us it's a hate group, it's a CIA, it's a op, it's a this, it's a that, the more you are making people dig their heels into it, the more FBA is starting to say, okay, we are FBA. And it's not just one person. It's not just one state. It's not just one city. Collectively, people, even if we don't like one another, are still claiming FBA. And the people that are saying FBA, this is the point that she made. The people that are saying FBA is the CIA, whatever, are probably working for the CIA, because the CIA does not want Black Americans, FBA, foundational Black Americans, indigenous people to this land, to have their own group and their own voice. They want us to be people of color. They want us to be all people, Black and brown unity. But now that we're saying we're only standing for FBA, that throws a wrench in a lot of shit, because as we're finding out, these motherfuckers been giving all of these others, these people of color, have been getting millions and millions and millions of dollars on our tax money. And I was watching, what's her name, Michi X, and she was talking about, y'all mad about what's happening to these folks, but y'all not upset that all of these Latinos was getting thousands and $23,000 worth of food stamps, and your grandma only getting 63 a month. And y'all fighting for these Venezuelans and these Latinos to stay in this country. But the more y'all tell us, and Michi X don't like FBA either. So the more y'all tell us that FBA is bad and wrong, the more people are going to dig into that FBA shit. Y'all can't use Tariq's history against him for making up FBA. He came up with the fucking words. I was listening to the video the day that nigga said that shit. And then he just started saying it after that. I was listening when he said that shit. And it's been out for a while. It's been out for fucking years. Yeah. But now y'all just now getting on to it. But the more y'all tell us FBA is a part of the CIA and a part of the FBI and part of the hate group and like the Third Reich and all this and that, y'all are enemies against us. Y'all are enemies of the state, boo. Y'all don't even understand. And anything you fighting for gonna fall because you ain't fighting for us. So whatever you fighting for here in America on our land, it's all about to fail. Even the powers that be finding out this shit gonna fail. But anywho, y'all trying to push us away from FBA, y'all pushing us to it.
Yep. It's in the same extent where if you think about how parents normally tell their kids, like, yo, I don't want you hanging out around those other kids. Those kids are bad for you. They're bad influence. What do kids normally do? Oh, I'm about to really hang out with. If my parents are like, oh, that's cool. I'm about to really be up over there now. That's all everybody is sitting up here doing. They keep making these, but like I said, it's a whole cycle. A lot of these folks don't even legitimately care. Because at the end of the day, they're able to make money directly off of the whole situation. So that's realistically what they legitimately care about, especially the Africans directly over there, both in the United States and in Africa. Tariq Nasheed, again, I want to say this has been a terminology for close or about 10 years. Because it was, I want to say it should have been before the pandemic. At one moment in time, I swear I had a date, not specifically a concrete date, but close enough. And it's within or about 10 years that the term has been there. But now all of a sudden, everybody is just like with the whole terminology of woke, DEI, affirmative action, and all this other type of, just like how you got folks out there that try to overuse it and they wanted to like use it in a way to demonize it, to have a negative connotation to it so that it'll get dropped. They're trying to do the exact same thing with FBA, because they were able to do it with the whole BLM thing because of what happened with the money situation and the people that were, in a sense, leading that organization in that front at the moment of time, along with the change that happened to the main paperwork. I forgot the specific terminology I'm trying to use. The mission statement. That's what it was. There was a change from the original mission statement where they basically, for the second one, they took out, in a sense, the nuclear family and basically almost pretty much removed black men from the whole situation, right? And just made it some other type of thing. So again, that was a whole nother situation, right? So now when it deals with this, because people can't, all right, we're going to attach, oh, but FBI, remember those riots remember, all of the stuff y'all were doing across. Wait, they didn't. They're trying to go through and trying to push or place things directly on it in order to have something stick so that they can demonize it and put a negative connotation to it. And the best that they can get is to say that it's a hate group, to say that it's xenophobic, to say that it's against the LGBT, right? They're trying to stick all of these things directly to it, and it ain't sticking. And a lot of people are upset because they don't know exactly how to go at this situation with this. Like I said, whenever it is that Black Americans have something directly going, you got other people out there that will come directly out and they'll do stuff in order to, try to cause problems and issues, which is wild to me. Which is 100% wild. If we're simply saying, like, what was the one person up above that came through? They were basically saying that, yo, Black Americans, y'all need to sit up there and fix your communities and do this and do that and all this. That's cool. Like we can do that, as long as we don't have any problems or issues from outside sources. The moment in time that you got folks directly out here that decide that they want to put or place people directly within the Black community, that is going to hinder any type of progress that Black people, Black Americans are working on, or the strides that they are making in order for the betterment of themselves, their people, and their community. Once you start throwing other people directly in there, now people are like, okay, well, we're here now, so we need you Blacks to sit up there and care for us. We need you to look out for us. We need you to work with us so that we can get the things that we need in order to do X, Y, and Z. But mind you, while Black Americans decided, okay, we're going to put our stuff on hold and work for these other people because they just got here, those other people are not going to work for Black Americans. Those other people are not going to drop what it is that they need to, drop in order to help us out and to push us. They're not going to do that. They have not. They won't. Like I said, you can look at the current state of affairs at this moment in time. Look at the Black communities around the United States and tell me how many of these groups have stopped everything in order to uplift and propel and push the Black community forward. Because the main thing that I told people before is that the moment in time that the Black community is able to prevail, everybody else is going to benefit. But everybody else has the mentality of America where they're like, we're not going to uplift or put Black Americans anywhere. We will let everything fall before we do that. And that's what everybody is doing. That's slowly but surely what you're watching everybody around the United States do. They would rather allow everything to fall just so that Black people won't have a little bit of something. It's crazy work. It's diabolical. Diabolical. Crazy work. Crazy work. But anyways, let's go to the next video.
Look, family, when I tell y'all I have to block a lot of Africans off my page, like, they be going off in my comments. They be like, you are having an identity crisis. You are African. My cousin looks like you. I mean, dang. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm telling y'all, just come home. We welcome you. You know what I'm saying? They be going off in my comments. I'm just like, damn, y'all can't be serious about this. Like, y'all know sugar look like salt, right? You know what I'm saying? They not the same though. You know what I mean? Like, we're gonna get resemblances, okay? But everybody Black ain't African, y'all. I'm trying to tell y'all, but I know everybody ain't got internet. You know what I'm saying? I know it's so many of y'all. You know what I'm saying? So I have, I have trillions of them in my comments. It's just so many of them, especially on the continent. So I'm getting them from every which way. And I know all of y'all don't think that way. I know it's some very intelligent Africans out there that understand that there are other ethnic groups, black ethnic groups that are not African. I know some of y'all know this, but a lot of y'all don't know this. You know what I'm saying? A lot of y'all, and I didn't know it was so many of y'all that didn't know this. You know what I mean? Because y'all try to bully people in their comments. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all, but let me tell you something, nigga. You can't bully me. You know what I mean? I find it quite hilarious. You know what I mean? Y'all be talking mad shit. Don't come to Africa. Listen, baby. Okay, I ain't coming. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm very comfortable where I'm at. Okay, like, I don't need to go nowhere. I got everything I need. I don't travel that much. Okay, I'm one of them Americans that don't travel that much. I might take a cruise or something, but I'm one of them folks that I don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? To see your homeland. I don't care to see your country. I ain't got time for all that. You know what I'm saying? I'm cool. I got shit to do over here. So I'm not going to be there. That's not one of the destinations that I'm trying to go to. You know what I'm saying? I do not want no electricity cutting off on me, no internet, none of that shit. I don't want no animals, no crazy animals running up on me. It's not really, it's hot as a bitch, and it's just not really, I'm cool. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm cool. I know it's a beautiful place, but I'm just saying, like, y'all, and it's just the aggressiveness of you. You know what I mean? I don't want to deal with many of y'all. I don't even want to go there. I don't want to be. Y'all not finna finesse me with nothing. Okay? Hell, half of y'all women, half of y'all women don't even want you. That's why this shit. They got TikTok pages about, about you men, you African men. These women got TikTok pages about y'all asses. You know what I'm saying? Talking about y'all abusive. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all got to fix this shit. But anyway, I just want to say that. But I'm blocking y'all asses left and right. It's just so many. Y'all niggas are roaches for real. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, peace and blessings, family. Like,
Yeah, that lady is hilarious. Let me tell you something. Lady is hilarious. But a lot of truth. African women have quite a few pages on social media talking about African men. And some of the stuff they be talking about, it's like, wow, it's quite an eye opener. And it's like, so why is it that Africans don't want to address any of those things that those women are specifically talking about? I'm like, they just bypass that, they just overlook that, and they be like, oh, I see it, nigga. It's like, it's that whole thing, right? When it deals with Black Americans, right? They want to sit up there and fixate on more so specifically Black men and talk down and start talking real crazy directly online. But mind you, again, they got festivals and everything like that going on directly over there, mutilation and all this other type of stuff, but yet got the nerves to be talking about us. Also on top of that, you still allowing Europe, right? You still allowing the United States and many others in China to come directly over there to Africa and take up your resources, and you got the nerve to sit up there and be talking about Black American men. That's some crazy work. That is why, you're allowing other men of other countries to literally come directly on the lands of which you own, that you were born, raised, your culture, tribe, traditions, all of that. Y'all been there for eons, but you're allowing other men to come there and basically rob you or steal your resources and to make more money than you. And you got the nerve to sit up there and talk about Black Americans. That's wild. That is 100% wild. And you got the nerve to run your mouth, and not just run your mouth, right, about Black American men, but you're running your mouth about Black American men while not even being at home. That's the craziest part. Like, you'll be over there in the UK talking about Black American men. You'll be over there in Australia talking about Black American men. You'll be over there in China talking about Black American men. You'll be up there in Canada talking about Black American men. And the worst of the worst, you got African men talking crazy about Black American men in these United States. What? But we're the problem? But you're running and leaving your women and children literally defenseless. You would rather be everywhere else with everybody else's woman, but be with yours. And and like I said, it's real crazy how Black American men get a bad rap, when it deals with dating. And you got a lot of these African men, literally, they got television shows of African men going out there and trying to hunt down European women so they can get a green card. But somehow, some way, Black American men always get a bad rap. I'm just trying to figure that out. I'm like, that's wild. Like, the interracial dating when it deals with Africans is, like I said, I didn't even know that it was really like that up until I started seeing a lot of these shows and a lot of these videos directly out there in documentaries. It is why it is off, as people would like to say back in the day. It is off the chain. Nobody says that anymore, so let's not use that. I just wanted to do that to be funny. But again, that's crazy. That's 100% crazy. I'm like, nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to address that problem or the situation on these African men just trying to hunt down these older European women just to get a green card. And I'm like, I'm looking at the African dude and I'm looking at the European woman. I'm like, yeah, I'm like, I know you're in it for the green card. I'm like, there ain't no way. I'm like, there ain't no way. I'm like, the amount of delusion that those women sit in to really believe that dude is interested. I'm like, that is crazy. I'm like, who are you trying to make jealous? Who are you trying to get back at your old age? I'm like, because it ain't gonna work. Because everybody is laughing at you. Why you think you're laughing at everybody else because you feel like they missed an opportunity? No, everybody is laughing at you. Even the African man that is getting married to you for that green card that is going to dine and dash as soon as everything is settled. Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy. It's diabolical. 100%. Degenerate said that didn't a Russian official say the same thing? Africans go everywhere except Africa until they're about to pass away. Yep, I remember hearing that myself. Yep. Deep Pub, what is up? You said Africans never compare themselves to the Asians in technology or the Indians in medicine. That's a good point. That is wild. Wow, that is wild. Wow, that's a very good point. Yeah, I've never heard that. I've never heard them do that. But when it deals with Black Americans, that's where they want to make that comparison. That's where they want to have ego and pride. Yeah, that's crazy. They'll never compare themselves to other. Yeah, that's a very good point. Very good point. Yep, very, very good point. And that's another thing too. Like somebody like Danny listed, like you got African women, they be out there protesting against the men all the time. All types of protests because of the treatment that those African women basically receive from those men. And I'm like, so nobody wants to address or talk about that, but somehow, some way that Black American men always get a bad rap though. I'm like, okay. I'm like, people just, like I said, hey, it's, I guess it's just open season when it deals with that stuff. People are going to overlook what it is that other men out here are doing. It's like, hey, we're just going to focus on Black American men. They're the worst of the worst in the world. They have to be the worst. I don't know who is pushing money behind this, but kudos to you. Y'all been consistent. Y'all have done a bang up job when it deals with this narrative of making Black American men the greatest villains on this planet. Like, it's crazy. We can look at all the men that have caused wars, and people are like, no, that doesn't matter. But these Black American men in America, they're worse than anybody else. You can't even, a world leader, a dictator, can't even hold a candle to these Black American men. And people believe this? Yo, it's wild. It is wild. It is wild. It is wild. So let's go to the next video. I had to do a little bit of editing there because I wanted to get rid of some of the curse words. I was hoping that I did get rid of some of that earlier in the previous video. So my apologies, just in case you may be watching videos, with your kids or different things of that nature. Again, my apologies. I try usually to edit out a lot of curse words, and I know some people may be sensitive to, cursing because they don't do it themselves. Again, my apologies. I really thought I edited that other video, but now let's go to another video here.
Understand why Black Americans are gaslit into sharing their heritage and culture with everybody else. And I honestly come to realization that that's exactly why Mana Leo got the backlash that she did, because my thing is, well, Because at first I wasn't paying this no mind, but now, okay, I see why they was irritated. You supposed to be celebrating your community heritage, and you go inserting everybody else who celebrate and prioritize their own community heritage. Just because you gotta understand, just because everybody want to be included, you cannot make everybody happy. You can't. And the reality is a lot of politicians and the goal of a lot of people was to always erase the Black Americans out of their own history. That has been in a process that has always been the plan since years ago, like hundreds of years ago, when people was coming into America, or before, when it was first founded as America, I believe, coming into America and signing their name on the paper as Native American, when everybody was not indigenous to America, because the plan was to destiny swap and obtain wealth. You being indigenous to America has a lot of wealth attached to it, and now a lot of people are in here. Like I see, for an example, a couple of Haitian TikTokers may be on here saying that, oh, we're indigenous to America. And I don't think they realize or know that a lot of people back in the days were signing their names on a paper as indigenous or Native American for beneficiary reasons, right? And oftentimes it's like, this is some of the shit that has been going on prior to like the newer generation or people today. And I don't think Black Americans understand that the more you share your culture and heritage with people, more of an opportunity they have to destiny swap with you. Like the girl in Florida who said that Haitians and Jamaicans built Florida and made it what it is. That was a complete slap in the face. And you got the other Haitian girls saying dirty Black Americans. And it's like, and then you have
which
Haitian
was
people in the
crazy.
comments saying things. And I hate to go in like this because anybody who know me know I with Haitian women. Where I'm from, but you barely find Americans. But because I don't want it to sound like I'm going in, but it's like, I'm a person, I keep it real. And I think my friends didn't know that though. But the reality is, right? It's like, you have people in the comments saying, oh, Americans used to make fun of us. Americans made fun of everybody. They made fun of American people. I got
Yep.
cracked on and made fun of every day. So you
Bars.
thought because, I don't know, maybe you was of a different descent when you got here, or when your parents brought you here, you thought that you was just going to be different. You got to understand, if they cracking on their own people, why would they not crack on you?
Yep.
Everybody got picked on in school. So that's not your excuse to call Black Americans dirty Black Americans, especially when if it wasn't for Black Americans, nobody would be in this. And all I'm gonna say is,
Bars.
to the Black Americans who out here still trying to play Captain Save a Hoe, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't. That's how we ended up in this situation now, and that's how we ended up having people of different descent feeling like, for an example, because Kodak is famous, he made Florida what it is, and he made Black American culture what it is, when we already was before he was even born.
Yep.
He's just doing what we doing. But we've been doing all of this. Why you think some of the things you see in Florida, the boys in Louisiana doing it, and the boys in Cali doing it, and the boys in Georgia doing it, the boys in the Carolinas doing it. That a lot of this is American heritage. It's not Haitian heritage. Saying that Chevys, don'ts, block parties, people wearing golds in their mouth, diamonds in their mouth, wicks in their head, wearing big chains, flashy cars, all that is Haitian and Jamaican culture. The music and all that is Haitian and Jamaican culture. You disrespectful that's very disrespectful. And this is exactly why I told y'all, in one more generation, if Black Americans don't rename everything that they created to Black American culture, they stealing, y'all. They gonna put their name on it. And that's why
He's
you
right.
have so many people of different descent getting on the internet saying that, oh yeah, we indigenous to America, this is our land, and not realizing that a lot of people were contractors with the indigenous tribes. They worked in exchange for crops. But being that they see their name on the paper, or they people on the paper, they think, oh no, we indigenous. We just that and the third. It's very wild. I don't know. A lot of people like to come in the comments and say things like, oh, why can't we all just get along? We all Black. It's not about Black. It was never about Black. Never was. Even back in the days, it wasn't even about Black. Even down to, I guess, the slavery, all that was not about Black. The reality is, I even seen documents of the slaves who came in here, and it was not us. It was not us. That's why it's called his story, because it's his story, not our story. That's why they moved everybody into the Black American communities, because the goal was to mix us all in, to make Black, to make the newer generations to come think that it's not a Black American thing, it's a everybody that's Black thing. Wait till you find out most of these political people are of immigrant descent. Why would you think they're moving to America to help your ass? When a lot of people come to America to have their kids, and they have their kids, and then their kids get into politics. When their kids get into politics, guess what? They get to make laws for you in your damn house.
Yep.
You see that? That's why we have a lot of people like it's like if you ever see the movies, right? With different tribes and different peoples, and you know, like about tribes, right? When they migrate to different countries or different lands, they set their flag there and to like let people know that this is their land. A lot of people moving to America throwing their flags in Americans' faces, basically letting y'all know that they claiming y'all. And I know it may sound far-fetched, but it's no surprise or no coincidence, right? That all of a sudden everybody keep on saying, "Oh yes, I'm a victim to America too. Oh yeah, we indigenous, and oh yeah, this is our Heritage Day or Heritage Month. Oh yeah, we just opened up a new museum. We just did this and we just did that." And they all waving their flags. The goal is to make this day house. That's what they're doing.
Yep.
I'm sorry to say it, but it's just the truth. And now they're on the internet saying that it's not a Black American cultural thing. It's a Florida thing. Oh no, it's a Black American thing. It's not a Florida cultural thing, because if it was a Florida thing, the Latins would be doing it. They not even
Yep.
doing it.
Oh,
It's a Black American thing. You just so happen to be Black and live with Americans, and that's why you're doing it. But don't lie
ooh,
and say that my
yeah.
because it's not. And all I'm gonna
Mm.
say is that right there is the exact reason, and that's the exact plan. And I'm gonna just let y'all know this now. In one more generation, Black American culture, and I feel so bad because we is so raw in Florida. Like the Black American culture that Florida created, and that is also a part of the Seminole tribes. That is awesome, creative, raw. When I say Florida, it's the and them Black Americans made Florida exactly what it is. And everybody coming in this saying that this is I, and the Black Americans not even paying attention to seeing that they destiny swapping with y'all. Next, they gonna be telling their kids Kodak going down in history, and he's the one who made golds, chains, and dunks and Chevys. He the one who did this. He the one who did that. It won't be no Black American history. They gonna say that's they, because they finally have a Haitian man who was able to do that. And I'm gonna let y'all know this not as someone who had plenty of friends of Caribbean descent. They parents don't even like that American. So
Yep.
being that he was the first one to, I guess, open up doors for other Haitian people to be able to do it, yeah, they gonna rewrite that to their history. They gonna say that Haitians made Florida what it is. They already saying that. The girl said that on here the other day. I don't discriminate against other groups of people, but I would not allow you to sit up here and lie and say that something that I've created,
Yep.
something that I've created is yours and that you created. I'm not doing that. No. It's no different from the Latins acting and thinking that they built Miami. The Latin community ain't built in Miami. They came into a country that in a land that was already established by Black American people. And they came in and they worked for cheaper labor. That's the only reason why they was able to beat us out. It's because they came in for cheaper labor. And guess who rolled them in here? The Blue Party. They rolled them in here for cheaper labor. And the funny thing is, it's the same thing going on today. Like, with all due respect, Trump did not lie when he said that most of the jobs that you see, and I guess because a lot of people, they don't live in big cities like Miami or South Florida or Florida, New York, and Cali. They don't live in those states. So they don't understand. That's a real thing. I was out of a job for 10 months. And I've had numerous of credentials for numerous of jobs, but them mother told me I need to speak Spanish or Creole. And these were for government jobs at that. I think that is completely unacceptable. Very unacceptable. On the land that other people built, you walk in this and set laws for you and your people and think you're going to raise the bar. That's so disrespectful. Like I said, it's not me being but let's just say, I guess I got some home training then. I guess I'm very mannerable because I think that's very disrespectful as hell. With all due respect, it is what it is.
Yep. She didn't miss not one note. She is 1,000% correct. You are slowly but surely seeing how a lot of these folks are coming directly over here and they're claiming everything that Black Americans have done and created, and they're slowly but surely trying to add that directly into their culture and say that they were the ones to do it, that they created it. They sitting up there, like I told y'all before, they up here flag banging. Anytime that they start making it and stuff, like when Kodak started basically getting hot and making it, started waving that flag, started letting people know. when Busta Rhymes, when he basically is in retirement and they're retired, legend status and all this other type of stuff. What did Busta Rhymes start doing? He was like, yo, shout out to the West Indies. Shout out to this and shout out to that and what and all that. I'm like, word? I'm like, for the longest time possible, you wasn't sitting up there moving like this. Fat Joe, you wasn't sitting up there moving like this. A lot of these other magical artists, y'all wasn't sitting up there moving like this, even when it deals with sports. Like I said, you see what's sitting up there going on. You see how people start showing up on the courts, and after they get like a championship or a win, they want to start waving their flags and all this other. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. I'm like, that's wild. I'm like, so much. Going back to what people said about Black Americans being inside of this division. Again, we didn't cause this. We're not showing up to other people's houses or homes or what it is that they created, and we're sitting up there waving Black American flags and all this other type of stuff, saying we in here. We not doing that. That's everybody else doing it. That's everybody else being disrespectful. Like I said, we try to consider everybody to be one of us, but obviously, everybody ain't one of us. You see how folks out here want to sit up there and move and how they want to consider themselves. But again, Black Americans are left to hold the bag when it deals with quote unquote the divisiveness. That's some wild work. Third Eye said Seji ain't slick letting the clip run while he was eating breakfast. No, I wasn't even eating nothing actually, which is crazy. I was sitting up there starting up my Xbox because I had an update. So that's what I was doing in the background. This man, third, hilarious. Let me tell you. Danny said, now we see. It's why I don't get why we think Democrats are friendly. What is it? Observe, what is up? What is up? You said I'm on Alabama. I'm from South Louisiana, and I see it, South Louis, and I see exactly what's going on. I wish my FBA millennials would wake the F up. Majority said, I just hopped in. She is truly speaking the truth. Season said, elders are proud of educated young Black people holding the line. Mala, what is up? You said Transformers, more than meets the eye. Transformers, tethers, and disguises. Yeah, that was nice. That was nice. Mad said Busta Rhymes is a violent sweetheart. That's crazy. Yo, that's wild. Yo, Miss Nova, what is up? You said when you're the blueprint, you don't need to flex. Facts. D Pub said the UK mofo is claiming that they created hip hop and R&B. FBA family, we gotta put a stop to this. Yeah. Majority said great day at SEIJIHITO, respect and great broadcast this morning. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. Again, I did not expect for a lot of folks to even be here at this moment in time, but we do have a few more videos as well. Didi, what is up? You said Democrats are friendlier than Republicans. Just because somebody is friendlier don't mean they won't sit up there and stab you. I guess it's a nicer stabbing. I guess I guess that's the way to put it. Is a nicer stabbing. You said elders were Pan-Africans. Every civil rights leader was a Pan-African. They expressed that we are Black before we are American. Danny said, "Yep, the white dude that was dating Ice Spice. He was even claiming Nike Tech drip." Wait, Ice Spice was dating a white? Well, I'm not. I think if I remember correctly, I think Ice Spice is Nigerian, so I'm not. I can look that up. Yeah. So I was correct. Yeah, Ice Spice is or Isis Nija Gatson has confirmed that she is Nigerian and Dominican descent, born in the Bronx, New York. She has stated that she is Nigerian, potentially of Igbo descent, and her father's side and Dominican, on her father's side and the Dominican side on her mother's side, and she frequently identifies as Afro Latina and Nigerian American. See, I'm not too surprised. So again, this is why I try to tell a lot of folks before. Let me just put up an image directly of Ice Spice here. Let me see if I can find one of Yeah, I'll just use this one. Um, so the reason, wait, that is her, right? Yeah, that was her with weight. That was her with weight. So let me just put this one. Wait, would this be problematic? I mean, everything is fine. Yeah, it should be good. It should be good. It should be good. Shouldn't be too problematic, right? Um, so this is Ice Spice. Right. So you see the two different images of Ice Spice. One on the left is when she had more weight directly on her, and then the other side is when Ice Spice lost the weight or did whatever worked out or however it is that you want to put it. Again, this is somebody who is Nigerian and Dominican. She is not Black American at all, but you are able to see her through her music take on the stereotypical aesthetics of Black American women in order to sell her music. Again, this is for, all intents and purposes, an African, Latino, Afro Latina, however it is that you want to sit up there and put it. Like I said before, these folks out here will masquerade and they would do whatever it is that they need in order to make money directly off of Black Americans or the negative stereotypes. Because whatever she does, it's not going to specifically stick to her. She'll be able to sit up and say, "Oh, I'm a proud Nigerian, or I'm a proud Dominican, or whatever it is." Like I said, she's not going to consider herself Black, as the description basically said that she considered herself to be a proud Nigerian or Afro Latina. So this is why I try to sit up there and tell a lot of folks directly out here. It's like, hey, if you decide to side with a lot of these people and let a lot of this stuff slide, it's only going to get worse. They're going to be making money directly off of all of these stereotypes while they're completely fine. Like, the stereotypes are not going to stick to them. Those stereotypes are going to specifically stick to the Black American woman directly out here, because when they see her, they're going to think like, oh, this is the image of a Black American woman. This is how Black American women like to move, and this is what they like to do, and this is how they parade themselves directly around. But it'd be like that. So now we're going to go to the next clip here.
That is white
Oh, look
skin.
at you. Oh,
I get
got
it.
you trauma dumping.
I get it. Look.
Ooh, I got
So
you
listen,
trauma
man.
dumping. Oh, I
Look,
got you
all
trauma
I'm trying to
dumping.
do right
I
here,
got you
Tariq
trauma
Nasheed,
dumping.
in reality,
I got
although
you.
that I know that you're
Oh,
pissed
I got
off
you
right
out your
now,
body.
all that I'm trying
I'm
to do
cool
right
as a
now
cat.
is actually I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help your community. I'm trying to get you
I
guys to
got you
stop
all
hating
emotional.
yourselves. That's all I'm
Look how
trying to do.
emotional I got you.
Okay, so listen,
Look
if
at
you
you.
allow
You
other
on a
people to
rant.
help you, I
You're
think you
trauma
can actually
dumping.
make a
You're
breakthrough
trauma dumping.
tonight here
Right.
if
I
you're
got you
willing
trauma
to
dumping.
accept help.
This is an
So
intervention.
I think the first step that we need to do is you got to stop. Oh, he left. I don't know what the fuck happened to him. I think it's very important, Tariq Nasheed. Instead of lying to your own people, which is a sign of hatred, right? Whenever a leader or somebody in a position of an influencer like Tariq Nasheed.
Hold up. Somebody said that she was born in America. She is Black American, just like you. No, she's not. Did you not hear who both of her parents are? No, she's not. Both of my parents are Black American. What are we talking about? How do you guys get that much confused when we explain something? You can look up Ice Spice if you want to. With me and her, not the same. We do not have the same bloodlines. One side of her is Dominican, the other side of her is Nigerian. How does that equal Black American? Are you guys dense? Are people dense? Like that's not how that works. That's not how that works. Like I said, she has two different bloodlines, both of which have nothing to do with Black Americans. So I'm a little bit confused on how you sit up there and say that she's Black American just like me. No, she's not. No, she's not. Like what? Like that's some wild work, but let's get right back to this video. I done heard too many Latins sit up there and say, "Hey, papo, papi, hey, me no Black." But you sit up here trying to tell me that she's Black. Okay. Whatever you want to believe. You got it. You got it, You know more than I do.
Instead of telling his people that they are the real Olmecs, instead of lying to your own people, you might want to start by telling them, how to repair your communities, how to really accept for your true identity for who you are. But instead, what you do is you start lying to your own people. You see, this is what I'm talking about, the self-hatred. When somebody in a position that Tariq Nasheed is, and he starts spewing these lies to his own community, that is a sign
Okay, I'm
of
back
how
now.
much
There
you
go.
hate your own
Which
people.
one of y'all refugees took me down? Which
So
one of you
listen,
refugees took me
so
down?
listen, so Tariq Nasheed again, look,
Which one of you damn refugees took me down?
Look,
Okay,
at this
all
point, I don't even know
you
what fucking
refugees
mental
do is
illness you're
lie.
coming up here
I
with,
ain't the
man.
leader of
All
nothing.
I'm
I ain't
trying to
never been
do
the
here
leader.
is I'm
I ain't
trying
the
to
leader of
extend an
anybody.
olive branch. I'm trying to help
You-
you out here.
We
I'm
ain't
trying
getting
to
no
tell you
advice
how
from no
is it that
damn
you can solve the
refugee.
problems in your community,
a damn
and instead of
drug-dealing
listening,
refugee.
you keep yapping your mouth. And that is not a good example for your community, Tariq Nasheed. I think the best thing you can do moving forward,
Sir,
the
all
best
you
thing
do
you
is
can do right
drive
now is say,
Uber
listen,
and sell drugs,
listen,
sir. You a
Latino man,
refugee.
I get what you're saying,
You a
and I
failed
understand.
refugee.
I agree with you. You're right. My
All right,
community
just
has a
stay
lot
in a
of
failed
problems.
refugee's
I
place,
understand
sir.
that the black
A failed
women are
refugee can't give us
aborting most
advice
of
on
the black
anything,
males
sir.
because
A failed
they've had it
refugee
with
cannot
us.
give us
I
advice.
understand that most of the
All
black
you're doing is
females are
projecting,
keeping
sir.
the Mexican mix
You're
with
just sitting here
black,
projecting.
the white mix with
You
black.
come from a
They
failed
don't
homeland
want
and
the
you're
full
mad.
black American. I understand.
You
Look, I
come
think
from a
that's an
failed.
issue.
You
And I think
whining
that
and you're trauma
if we have a
dumping
decent
because you come
civil
from a failed
conversation,
homeland,
I think
sir.
we're able to make a breakthrough.
So you can't
tonight.
even
But
have
I
a
don't think you
civil
want to solve
society
any
in your
problems
failed
in your
homeland.
community here tonight.
You can't even have a civil
Tariq Nasheed.
society
I
in
don't
your
think you
failed
want
homeland.
you're not here to solve problems. I
So
think
you
what you're
didn't
here
solve
to
the
do
problems
here
in your
is
failed
you're
homeland.
here to
You
pretty
fled
much
to the border
just
to us, sir.
you're pretty
All right?
much here to tell everybody pretty much the way you're expressing yourself. You're here to say,
Listen,
listen,
you just
everybody,
whining to me. You
I
whining to
am an
Black Daddy.
angry black American man. I feel very insecure about myself, so I'm going to go off on every Mexican or Latino that I see, and I'm going to express my insecurity. I'm going to express
Yeah, you
my
trauma
hatred.
dumping. You're just doing
and
a
I'm
lot
going
of
to tell
projecting.
everybody how
You crying
unhappy
to
and how
Black Daddy.
embarrassed I am
You over
of
here
my
crying to
lineage.
Black Daddy.
I'm going to
Listen
tell
to me.
everybody how embarrassed
You
I
up here
am of
crying to
being
Black
black.
Daddy.
So
You
listen,
crying to Black Daddy because you
so
can't
I'm
be
trying
me.
to help
You want to be
here.
me. You
And
want
I
to be us so
understand that a
bad.
lot of people like
You want to be
are
us so
not,
bad, but you can't, sir. You
solution
don't have the
oriented,
talent.
and I get it.
You ain't
It's
got
okay,
the
but listen,
strength.
brother,
You ain't got the charisma to be us,
brother,
sir.
listen,
You
I'm
want to
not
be a
spewing hate
foundational
here,
Black American
Tariq
so
Nasheed.
bad, sir.
Believe
Now I'm
me,
about to go.
I
Now
have
listen,
mad
listen. I'm
love
about to go.
for the black
I'm about to go
community.
listen to
I
some
don't
Rico
like,
Suave
I
right
don't
now.
like the
Okay.
Afrocentrics. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
I don't
so you
like
just,
the black
sir,
supremacists.
you're
but
embarrassed
overall,
right now.
I have much
You're upset
love.
because
I
I
have much love for
embarrass
the
you.
black community.
I embarrass
and
you
I
on your
think,
platform,
I think
sir. I
if
embarrass
you
you on your
refocus your
platform,
energy,
sir.
I think you can
You're
actually
just
be
mad
a
because
great
Black
leader for your
Daddy
community.
embarrassed you.
But I don't
That's why
think
you
you want
rant
to
like
do
a
that. I
woman.
don't think you're all
You're
about
ranting like a
being
woman
leader
because
in your
Black Daddy
community.
just verbally
I think
spank
what your
you,
main thing
just
here
like they spank you at the
on
border.
TikTok and on
All right?
YouTube
So
and
you just
wherever it
sitting
is
here
that
ranting
you
and
spread your
lying like
message,
a
I think your
woman.
main thing
You're
here
bowing
is
down
to
to
spread
Black
hate
Daddy.
and to
Keep
spread
bowing down to
this
Black
identity,
Daddy.
this confusion when it
Rico
comes to your
Suave.
identity.
Come
So
on,
I think
Rico
it's very
Suave.
unfortunate that you
Come
focus
on,
your
Rico Suave.
energy
What you talking about? You
on,
just saying shit.
grifting pretty much,
You
right?
just
Because you're a
saying stuff,
grifter.
Rico Suave.
I think that if you
Rico
focus your
Suave, you just
energies
saying
on
stuff.
bettering your community,
You just saying
telling your
anything,
community,
sir.
listen, everybody,
You saying
look,
stuff out of embarrassment.
we're
Listen to
not
you.
the real Olmecs
I'm
here.
your,
We're not the real
You just saying
indigenous
stuff out of
people of the Americas,
embarrassment.
and it's okay for
You
us
just
to be
babbling at this
African.
point.
It's
I got
okay
you babbling,
because
sir.
African is
I got
beautiful.
you babbling.
I
Black
happen to
Daddy
think
got
that
you
African
babbling.
culture is very beautiful,
You just
but
saying
that's not what
anything,
you're
sir.
telling people.
Yo, see, that's what I'm talking about. And this dude is obviously Hispanic, and he's trying to basically have his platform and tell Black Americans, you need to stop, quote unquote, trying to claim everybody else's culture. So if a Black American basically says that they have Indian blood or whatnot or whatever, so we're taking somebody else's culture, is that not a part of like who it is that we are? That doesn't that then also mean that we would also have claims directly to the land as well? If that's what people are saying, if Black Americans say that they were already here, I'm not understanding what's the problem, what's the complications with that, because it's crazy how everywhere else around the world, everybody can basically say that they were the first ones there and it's fine. But if Black Americans say that they were the first ones here, everybody loses their minds. And I'm like, that's a little bit weird to me. Everybody else can lay claim directly to a land, but when Black Americans say the exact same thing that everybody else says, now it's preposterous. Now it's ridiculous. Now it's unheard of. It's the most uneducated statement to ever be said ever directly in life. And I'm like, that's a little bit weird how everybody feels the exact same way about this, and everybody jumps directly on that bandwagon. That's a little bit weirder. Nobody finds that to be suspicious. That everybody is like on the same general consensus. Like that's a little bit weird. But again, like I said before, this Mexican man want to sit up there and try to Latin, whatever. You wanted to basically try to tell Black Americans that you need to not be so ashamed and afraid to be African. But this is the problem. Why is it that everybody else is fighting tooth and nail online and going back and forth with Black Americans and trying to tell us what it is that we are? We're telling everybody what we are. And everybody's like, no, 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 you're African. What? Who are y'all again? I'm just trying to figure out, like, especially with the Africans, y'all need not to say nothing to nobody. Y'all still got slavery going on at this moment in time. You need never to open your mouths or say anything up until you repair Africa. Up until you get Africa straight. You need not to ever speak on to say anything directly to Black Americans when it deals with fixing, when it deals with repair, when it deals with community, when it deals with building, when it deals with initiatives, when it deals with laws, rules, and regulations, when it deals with government, when it deals with protections, when it deals with family, when it deals with marriage. You need not to say anything about Black Americans. Y'all don't have a leg to stand on. Y'all do not have a leg to stand on, need not to speak at all. Y'all the last ones to be coming through and deciding that y'all want to sit up there and try to lay claim directly on Black Americans. Y'all don't even want to claim yourselves. Y'all so proud to sit up there and be African, but you run away from Africa. That's crazy to me. That's diabolical. It's just like, how are you the most prideful people in another country? That don't make any sense. How are you going to be stepping and be 10 toes down about where it is that you came from, your bloodline, but you in a whole nother country? You're proud to be Nigerian, but you're in Europe. You're proud to be Nigerian, but you're in Australia. You're proud to be Nigerian, but you're in the UK. Proud to be Nigerian, but you're in Canada, China, South America, the United States, but you're proud to be Nigerian. That don't even make no sense. But like I said, y'all want to, be up here and try to have these conversations with Black Americans, and you got these other fools directly up here on these platforms trying to quote unquote call themselves educating Black Americans. This is why we have a problem, a very unique problem with a lot of folks directly up out here, because y'all caused this directly to yourselves. You decide that you want to call for our attention when there's no need to have our attention at all. Y'all make it worse for yourselves. Like this dude is sitting up here doing. Who are you to think that you can basically educate Black Americans on anything? Who are you again? You're not nobody. And then you got Tariq directly up there, and all you're doing is just doing all of this babbling and all of this basically saying nothing. And then you want to try to call him a Black supremacist. What? You literally in what was it, down there in South America? I forgot it starts with an A. Somebody knows what I'm talking about. But they got a place down there in South America where those who basically fled from Germany, they went all the way down there and basically set up camp. So this is why you got a lot of Spanish folks down there in South America. They got a proud lineage of Germany. They got all the world, the paraphernalia from 1930s and 40s and all this other type of stuff. They be talking about their great grandfathers. They got all these thunder strikes. Y'all know what I'm talking about. They got all of that stuff directly down there. But y'all want to sit up there and say that Tariq is a Black supremacist? Have you not seen some of your folks down there in South America? That's crazy. That's some Argentina. Thank you. Like that's wild to me. That's 100. You literally got Argentinians that have a whole bloodline and a history of those over there in Germany, but you want to sit up there and step up to the scene and call Tariq a Black supremacist, but you're not going to address your own people though, right? You got all these problems going down there in South America with all these other types of entities running everything all up and down and through there, but you want to sit up there and start talking about Black Americans. Why don't you fix home first? Why don't you address home first? Why don't you address your people first? Why don't you sit up there and do what needs to be done in order to solidify yourself and get the money that you need so that you can run for government and go back home and fix that? Like, why don't you sit up there and do that versus trying to address and talk about Black Americans? Again, you don't have any type of stance. You don't have any legs to stand on when it deals with this conversation. And it's crazy how all these other folks think that there's some type of scholars when it deals with Black Americans. Like, that's crazy. Like, for the life of me, like I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, no other group of people would allow me as a Black American to try to educate them on themselves. They would never allow that. But yet, for whatever reason, these same folks who are supposed to be Black allies to Black Americans, this is how they be sitting up. They be trying to talk to us like we kids. They be trying to talk to us like we don't know nothing about ourselves. Like they just know everything. Like, what? You don't even know about yourself. This is why you couldn't fix home. This is why you ran. Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? But they want to get up here and make it seem like, oh, we're the racist and we're the Black supremacist, and we're the ones holding everybody back. We're the ones being divisive. We're the hate mongers directly out there. We're keeping racism alive. We're the ones like it's crazy. It's wild out here. But let's keep going.
What you're telling your community is
you're just
we need to
spinning
be
your wheels.
ashamed. We need
Black
to be
Daddy
ashamed.
got you very embarrassed.
We don't want to be
You
black.
sit
We don't want to
online
be African. We want to be
whining about
something else. And I
foundational
don't think
Black
that's
Americans
healthy.
all day because you
And the
can't
only
be us
reason why I'm
because you're a
telling you this is
fleeing
because, look,
refugee.
believe it or not, Tariq Nasheed,
All right?
I really do
This
care
is
for your.
border
Look, I have
babble.
much love. Again, I have
This
much
is
love
border
for the,
babble,
for,
sir.
for
This
the
is
black
what you do
community.
at the
I think you guys
immigration
are
office.
talented
All
people.
right?
I really
So
do. I
now,
think you guys are funny.
only
I think
one
you
of
guys
us
make
has to
great.
dodge
I think you guys
ice.
are great entertainers.
Only
I
one of
really
us.
do. But I really.
Nah. See, I want people to pay attention to that, right? Look how this Mexican dude, he was like, yeah, I really like you black people. He was like, I think you guys are funny. I think you guys are great entertainers. So we're good at making you laugh like we're circus acts, like we're clowns. And we're good at playing sports to entertain you and something that you can bet on. But outside of that, what else could you list? He didn't list nothing. That's the disrespect that I'm talking about. Like I said, people got to pick up and people got to start catching up on how these people want to talk about black people. A lot of things are not flattery. A lot of things are not positive comments. He said that we're only good to look at. We're not good to hear about, right? We're not good to talk to. We're not good when it deals with politics. We're not good when it deals with inventions. We're not good at making things move and shake or anything like that. We're just simply good at entertaining folks. That's like what was that white woman that was on Fox or whatever it was? She was like, LeBron need to shut up and dribble or whatever it was. Was it Ingram or whatever it was? That's basically within the exact same vein of what he said. This is why I be talking about. This is why I sit up and say a lot of these folks, when they sit up and try to say, oh, we're allies. No, they're not. Because when you let them talk long enough, you know exactly their stance and who it is that they are. That dude is a straight clown. He said literally the most stereotypical thing that you could say about black folks while trying to make it seem like it's positive. Like, yeah, I really love you guys, but you guys are funny and very great entertainers. And then that's where he stopped it. But these are the allies. These are the people that we're supposed to be protecting and standing up directly for and speaking out for and body blocking for. These are the ones that we're supposed to be voting and making sure that they get the rights that they need and protection that they need by way of the United States government. That's crazy to me. That's 100% crazy. And how folks don't be picking up on this type of stuff is beyond me. But let's keep going.
I can't stand somebody in your position constantly lying to your people. It's not healthy. I think everybody, including your own community, that's why they
Only
have
one
black
of us
fatigue,
has to
right?
dodge
I think
ice. It's
everybody,
not
including
me.
your own community,
I
wants to
don't
see
have
the
to
black
dodge
community
ice.
thrive.
Okay.
I think everybody wants
Only
to see
one
the
of us
black
has to
community do
dodge
better.
ice.
I think
Only
everybody
one of us
wants
is
that
looking
except
out
for
the
you.
window for ice,
So
sir.
for some reason,
So,
you
yeah,
don't want
I don't
the
have
black
to duck
community
and
to
dodge
prosper.
ice, sir.
For some
Only
reason,
one
you
of
want to
us.
continue
So
to spill
all
these
that
lies
babble you
about the
doing,
black
is
community.
that what you tell ice?
For some reason, see, when somebody truly
Okay,
cares about
now
their
you just
community, they
okay. So now
want to
that I
make
got
sure
you
that
back,
they're the best leaders in their community. They want to make sure that they put a
Now
plan
he wants
for
to
it
keep
for
giving
their
Tariq.
people, something that they can look forward to. But that's not you. You don't want to do that for your community, Tariq Nasheed. I truly believe that you have this hatred, this disdain for your own community. This is the reason why you keep lying to them. I don't think that's healthy, man. And again, look, listen, man. I have much love for the Black American community. Not everybody's perfect. I understand we get some goofies in our community. You guys got some goofies in your communities. But I'm extending my hand here, and I really want to offer you, listen, man. Moving forward, I think it's healthy if you use your platform for something positive. This grifting that you're doing, all this money that you're making. Thank you for the gifts. I don't ask for gifts, but I really appreciate the support. I'm not about that, really, to be honest with you. But I really think that if the black community is to do better, I think we should hold people like Tariq and Nasheed accountable.
So how about this? If the Hispanic community is to do better, how about you hold your celebrities, your Hispanic celebrity counterparts, accountable for voting for Trump and for siding with the Republican Party and enabling ICE to run up and through your neighborhoods, making some of them ghost towns. The last time I checked, from a lot of the videos and documentaries directly out there, on top of the fact of the amount of raids that's been happening directly in Hispanic communities, separating you guys directly from your families and your kids. How about you sit up there and bring accountability to your celebrities? Matter of fact, where are they? Where are the Mario Lopez's at? Like I said, last time I looked at Mario Lopez, it looked like he was on some stuff. At one of these award shows, he was, doing a little bit of sniffing. He was looking a little bit dazed and confused, like, He was on some of that white horse. You know, it's crazy work out here, like Selena Gomez and a lot of these other folks, like what was it, Ricky Martin and whatnot. Like it's a lot of folks directly out there that are part of this community, and I don't really see them speaking, which is weird. I don't really see them putting money and supporting people and making a counter initiative in order to make sure that these things are not happening in their communities to their people. That's crazy when folks want to talk about how black people need to be accountable, but yet these folks are never accountable for their own people. And then on top of that, you want to tell black people that they need to be accountable, of course, while you're not at home where it is that you specifically came from, bloodline wise. That's wild to me. That's wild to me. Like, you think that you're more beneficial talking on things dealing with black Americans versus addressing and talking about stuff that deals with your community, dealing with your people who look just like you. That's wild to me. But that's the world that we live directly in, where everybody thinks that they can be some type of expert on black Americans and they can just tell us every single thing, but then we can't tell them nothing about themselves. That's wild. Everybody's a scholar out here. Everybody's a college professor when it deals with black Americans. Like, we don't know nothing about ourselves, guys. We don't know where we came from. We don't know our cultures. We don't know this. We don't know that. Magically, everybody else, Africans, can tell us about ourselves. Africans in the UK can tell us about ourselves. Somalians can tell us about ourselves. Kenyans can tell us about ourselves. Nigerians can tell us about ourselves. South Africans can sit up there and tell us about ourselves. White folks, they can tell us about ourselves. Asians can tell us about ourselves. Those in the Caribbean can tell us about. It's amazing how everybody is a college professor when it deals with black Americans. But magically, and then when it deals outside of black Americans, everybody turns dumb. I'm like, how does that work? I'm like, so everybody went to the same school at the same time to all be educated on black Americans. But then when it deals with knowing any history, anything about anybody else, y'all don't know nothing. Y'all not there for those conversations. Y'all clocked out, or y'all went on vacation, or the power got knocked out. Word? That's crazy. Diabolical. Let's keep going.
For the misinformation, for the hate that they spread, right? I mean, this whole idea that the Olmecs were black, that's not healthy. It really isn't, Tariq Nasheed. And it's really a shame, because I think you have great potential. I think you have a good platform that you can actually start spreading truth, start spreading love in your community. But it's like you have this hatred towards black people. You have this hatred that you say, I hate these people. I hate my own people, and I'm just going to deceive them. I'm going to spew nothing but misinformation, nothing but hatred for my community. And I don't want nothing to do with our lineage, our African lineage. And we're just going to go ahead and take the Native American history. We're going to take their culture. We're going to take their identity, because I hate my own. Listen, brother.
What?
It's not healthy. It really isn't. Like me, I want to see the black community finally thrive.
Like this dude.
I think a lot of people in your community have had it also. People in your community, they have this thing going on that's called black fatigue. And they call it black fatigue because they're tired. They're tired.
And you saw what he did there. That was another, that I was thinking about the other terminologies that people were using. You had the DEI, right? You had the whole thing with woke. And then you had this whole thing that they were using for the longest time, for about like a year and a half, about, black fatigue. Like I said, notice how all three of those terms, you don't see them anymore. You don't see them in the headlines, mainstream media. You don't see Trump or any of the conservatives still trying to spout and use this. Anybody that is still on these words, they haven't caught the memo yet. They're still trying to use it as if it's still fresh. And it's not. It's old. It's been old for a very long time. Like I said, those words have died out. And he decided, with being a Hispanic male, he wanted to say black fatigue. And I go back to what I said before of how it is that they fought oh so hard within the United States in order to be categorized as white. So I can't be shocked or surprised that he decided that he wanted to list black fatigue and he wanted to start talking about this. Can't be too surprised. Can't be too surprised. Like I said, it's crazy. Tippy said, I heard those Native Americans are from Siberia. They are. They are. But it's crazy how that Fidel Fidel, whatever, how that dude was basically talking to himself for the longest time possible. Nobody was even on that panel. He was just talking. I'm like, you do understand, like, nobody's on that panel. You're just, in a sense, talking to yourself. Tariq is not even there. Y'all knocked him down, and then y'all kept muting, and he had to try to unmute, and y'all just kept going back and forth muting him and whatnot. And you were just rambling, saying nothing. Like, you're saying the exact same thing that everybody else said. Even within this comment section, this live stream, we have people saying the exact same thing. Oh, you blacks need to start, fixing your communities, and instead of worrying about everybody else and all this other. I'm like, dog, ain't nobody really worried about you unless you make yourself known and you cause an issue. This is what I be saying before. So case in point, going back to a lot of those other comments, a lot of those folks, they tend to make comments because they lack attention. They don't really get the specific attention at home, so they go directly to black channels and or platforms, and they'll decide to try to get attention that way because they can't get attention from their own people, their community, or even their significant other. So they use us for that. So this is a little bit of light. This is a little bit of energy that they can actually get, that is telling them that they are important somehow, that they mean something somehow. This is why a lot of these folks, again, are online making videos about Black Americans when there's no need for them to. Like I said, Africa has like 54 countries. And for whatever reason, instead of being worried about all those countries that you got on that one continent, you're somehow fixated and focused on Black Americans. Out of all of the stuff that's going on in Africa the stories that need to be told, things that people need to be informed about and educated about, out of all of those things going on in Africa, y'all decide that y'all want to make videos about Black Americans and talk about the discourse in between Black American women and Black American men and what's going on in the Black community. Weirdos. Straight weirdos. That's wild to me. 100%. That is crazy. Really wanted to pull up to the scene talking about some Black fatigue. Wow. Wow, that's crazy. That is diabolical. So this is going to be the part, and I'm doing this for, in a sense, educational reasons. Because I normally do this villain arc time, just in case. Because again, I've had some videos recently. Again, we're moving from this topic here. Been talking about it for about close to 3 hours. What time is it actually at this moment in time? It is actually currently 10:46. It is very early. Shout out to everybody who's currently here at this moment in time. So Sandy Arab man, wait. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. I think I get what you're saying. So I want to bring up this video for those out there who got daughters. Because I've stated before that folks need to have conversations directly with the daughters, and the daughter was laughing. I'm like, like I said, I'm not even a part of the situation. I'm not even a relative or anything like that. There was nothing funny about the situation that she's about to bring up. Oh, you said you were applying to Tippy. I got you. That she's going to bring up to her mother. It's a short clip, so I may have to play it twice for people to catch what's being stated. Let me see. Where is... Didn't I have a video directly over here? Okay, yeah. Okay, I got it. Technically, I got 2 videos, but yeah, I'm just gonna do it. It don't matter. Villain arc. So let's take a look directly at this one real quick.
A boy. So who are you pregnant by?
I'm not sure.
How are you not sure? What does that mean?
I mean, I probably slept with like 4 or 5.
You slept with 4 or 5 people where?
At home. You're never home.
At home. I'm never home. I'm working, trying to provide for you. And while I'm working nights, you're sleeping with 4 or 5 boys?
Yeah.
So how old are these boys?
Older.
What does that mean?
Older than me. They older.
Like, are they over 18?
Some of them.
So you trying to keep this baby? What do you
I'm gonna get rid of it. I don't want to have it.
So you want to get rid of the baby. So that's going to be your form of contraception.
I mean, Kendra, my best friend, she had an abortion, so.
Kendra ain't you.
Right. So what I like to do is just focus directly on the video, because in a lot of instances, if we deal with teen pregnancy, it is a real thing. Right. Now, we can sit up there and say, like, this could be a skit, whatnot, or whatever, but that doesn't take away from the reality that these are conversations and that teen pregnancies do happen. Right. So, again, I don't want people to sit up there and be confused, because the easiest way for people to be dismissive about information and things out there is to just, things are a skit. That's what people like to do all the time. It's a skit, it's not real. I don't have to sit up there and care. The stats don't lie. The stats don't lie, and the STD rates do not lie at all either. This mother basically said that she is the sole parent, because I didn't hear anything about a father or anything like that there. And she only has one child, which is great. And she said that her one child decided that she wanted to go and go against the mother's trust, and she wanted to have boys directly over, or men, or both, and she wanted to have relations. She didn't state that these were boyfriends. She didn't state that they were long-term partners. She didn't even state that she even knew them for a long time. She just sat up there and slept with them. And then it's like, where is she meeting these guys at? Because she's on her phone as she's talking directly to her mom, and she's not taking the situation serious. And she's like, well, I got a plan to sit up there and deal with the situation. I'm not keeping the kids. So it's like, hey, we're going to sit up and just deal with it like that. And then she's going to keep doing this exact same thing. This is why I sit up there and say that, a lot of mothers need to have conversations with their daughters. Need to have conversations directly with their daughters, because if not, this is going to be your daughter. She's going to be out here performing and doing all of this stuff directly out here. And then this is how, when they start turning 18, 19, 20, they want to start being OF models. They want to start putting themselves out there online, or they want to start, taking provocative photos and pictures in order to obtain the attention of men directly out there. Again, men. Let me just reinstate that: men, knowing the fact that these are folks outside of the age range that they shouldn't have no communications with. Like I said, it's wild and crazy out here, and it's sad. And to put how sad this situation is, I have another video that is going to tag right along with this, because again, I get that people are going to say that it was a skit. So when we look at this video, I want to see if people are going to say that the information that this woman is trying to leverage is also a skit as well.
Phases teach empathy. You need your Hoe Phase to truly learn the depths.
Hold on, let me just redo it. Give me a second, because I don't know why the video is. You can read the title on what the video is specifically about right there before we even started. So I'll just let that sit there for a minute while I increase the volume to this video, because again, I don't understand why it's always so low every single time. Like it's the craziest thing. Like I said, this it's live streams. It happens. If this was a solo video, everything would have been A1. It would have been great. Like I said, my apologies. Things happen. I could put the captions, directly in there, but I don't want it to take too long. I'll just do it for a solo video. That way, let me see, how loud is this? Let me see. Let me make that a little bit louder, maybe. Okay, there we go. That's perfect. All right. So we got that. I'm going to download that real quick. So this is currently where we are, and I want to note that this woman stated that she is in her late, I think she said like late 30s, where she's trying to tell younger women that they need to have this type of phase directly in their life in order to have some type of empathy and or understanding. Again, this is an older woman talking to younger women. You can't make this stuff up. So, if people are going to hate me, you might as well hate me now with this video. So let me just remove this real quick and then go over and upload this now.
Phases teach empathy. You need your Hoe Phase to truly learn the depths of empathy. I believe that one's Hoe Phase sets you up for a life of being empathetic. Let me explain. When I say hoeing, I mean simply doing things for the plot. And that's what that Hoe Phase is all about, is like, is this person the person you're going to be with forever? Maybe not, maybe. But, just have fun, flirt, have a good time. Being a hoe is not about necessarily being promiscuous. It's just about not necessarily considering all the consequences of every action because you're young and you have the safety to make dubious decisions.
So let me just pause it right there because her logic is very dangerous. I've covered the fact of how you got black women and young black girls out here, how they are more prone to STDs and also incurable diseases directly out here, on top of different types of cancers and things of that sort. When going out here and deciding to be with a guy, and how that will cause irreparable damage directly to their bodies and their health. But this grown woman is specifically telling your daughters directly out here to go out here and just freely sleep with any and every guy because you're young and you can afford to sit up there and do it. And you can just throw caution to the wind. You don't have to worry about STDs. You don't have to worry about HIV and AIDS. You don't have to worry about some disease that could potentially affect your brain or your reproductive system. You don't have to worry about none of those things at all. Just go out there and sleep with as many men as you want to sit up there and sleep with. That's literally what she's telling younger women directly out here at her age of 30 plus something years. Let's continue.
Now, because of COVID, that was about 5 years now at this point. Because of that time, a lot of the people who are 20 to 25, 28 missed out on that critical Hoe Phase. And I'm talking about not high school, I'm talking about college, and specifically the 5 years after college. That is when you are supposed to be traveling the world with no money in your pocket and just existing off of vibes. Because they're missing that, they then didn't learn the lessons that our parents were trying to teach us in our youths. You understand? I learned empathy from my parents during my Hoe Phase because I realized that all the lessons they were trying to teach me, I understood where they applied in my real life. And I was like, oh, now I understand my parents' point of view a whole lot better because I've been in the world, I've hoed about, I've just done things, and I see now why they said what they said. The kids aren't having that realization moment. They're not learning the lessons that are meant to be learned during the Hoe Phase, during that 18 to 28-year-old time period, because they're already collecting the attitude of a person who has done it all without having done it. And that leaves a big gap for empathy. Because when empathy is really the process of understanding another person's actions because you yourself can put yourself in their shoes. But if you've never lived a life, if you've never gone and been a hoe, if you've never traveled, seen things, done things, then there's no way for you to really put yourself in the shoes because you don't even know what shoes they got. You didn't even know they had shoes. You didn't even know it existed. So if I had any advice to the young people, like I told my 28-year-old friend last night, I'm 35, and I was like, girl, why are you going home? It's Wednesday in the city, in the summertime. You should be out on the town making out with a stranger. Like, that's what it's all about. So that when you are a 35-year-old woman and you're seeing these kids online talking about, oh, millennials, and all I feel is empathy for them because I'm like, oh, you poor sweet child, you're missing on your youth and you're still going to get older. Like you're borrowing the attitude of being older and you're young right now, which means you're still going to get older and you would have already have had the attitude while you're young. So then you never get to be young. Ew. I enjoy being young. It's fun. Being an adult is not like what is the big allure about being an adult? Quickly. So yeah, I'm saying that all of my Z people, my Gen Z peeps, I need y'all to go outside and be some hoes. Get off the phone and go be a hoe. Get off the phone. Go outside and go be a hoe. Go get out of here wearing your orthopedic shoes talking about I gotta wear a sweater. Shut up. Go get mono. Like, and that's why the Gen Z really, really, really struggle with empathy. Because they haven't lived. Go live, and I promise you, you'll see the world. That's why all these white people are suck down south, because they have no experience outside of their own. It's almost like exposure is the way to, like, you know what? Let me shut the hell up. I'm just saying, but like, go be a hoe. Thanks.
She literally just told young women out there to go out there, be promiscuous, have unprotected relations, and go catch an STD, because that's living life. This grown 30-something-year-old woman gave this grand wisdom of advice to younger women, and more than likely, possibly teenage girls, that this is what they should go out there and do. I didn't hear anything about discernment in choices of partners that you decide to sleep with. I didn't hear anything about protection. I didn't hear anything about an STD test. I didn't hear anything about getting to know a man and making sure that you're safe. I didn't hear anything. All I heard was reckless behavior. And then she had the nerve to sit up there and say, I enjoy being young. Ma'am, you're sitting up here saying it like you're 18. What are you talking about? You're 30. You're like in your mid 30s. What are you talking about right now? You're talking as if you're 18. Like, what are you talking about right now? Like, this is what I be talking about right here, where you have people that live a life so reckless that they want other people to be reckless as well too. She done probably caught something. It wouldn't be too far fetched for me to sit up there and say that she done more than likely sat up there and caught something. Everybody remember the story of Sexy Red, how she sat up there and said that she caught chlamydia, whatever it was, twice. Like I said, I guess when you compare what she's saying to Sexy Red, I guess Sexy Red been living. I guess she's really living, because she didn't caught it twice. She really out there. She really knows about life. Like, you really told young women out here to really go out here and to just be kissing dudes and to hopefully catch an STD. This is the type of reckless nonsense that I be talking about. This is what I be talking about. Like, this is crazy. Like this is beyond bird talk. Like, this is crazy. And then the crazy part about it is it must be a cross or something in the background, because she was sweating. Like, you can look at her face. Her face is shiny. She was sweating talking. The demons must have saw the reflection of that cross somewhere in that room, and they were about to start coming through her pores, because she was really in there. She was in depth. I feel like when she was talking, she was reminiscing about some things that she did. But I'm like, you really proud of this? You're 30 something years old. You done been with like multiple men, and what did you get directly from it? Nothing. You didn't get nothing directly from it. What I guess the whole thing is what, like, she's taking back her sexuality. She's getting self pleasure directly from it. She's not the only one getting pleasure, just like men. Yeah, and then what is that going to be when you're 60? What, you're going to be reminiscing in a rocking chair with all of these other women talking about, like, yeah, I was really out here in these streets with these men, and I was hopping from guy to guy to guy, and what? So that's the what? I'm like, what is happening? Like, that is wild. Lord have mercy. Jesus. And these are the women on social media that's supposed to be informing and leading the new generation of younger women directly out here. They're leading them to grand total darkness. This is why you have very high STD rates, because you got women like this online telling younger women, be careless. Don't care about yourselves or your health. Just go out here and jump on 99 different guys and see what happens. See what life brings. Take life by the horn. That's crazy. That is 100% crazy. And the craziest part is because I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna pair this up with some of the comments that I received before, because there was a point on another video where I tried to bring up some stuff, and I think it had to be the video where it dealt with the American woman that brought her kids from America over to Zambia. And I said some stuff directly in the video because the video was pertaining to black women. And within the comment section, I have folks that disagreed, directly with me. And well, y'all probably can't see that. Y'all probably might have to turn the phone sideways in order to really see the comments. But I have folks that disagreed. And like I said, I don't really got a problem with the disagreement, but I'm like, hopefully, we're gonna directly talk about the topic on why it is that you in a sense, disagree. Because the top comment from T Delgado, right? She said, "Wow, this is where you took it. You don't even know if this is how the woman thinks." And again, this is referring to the video where it was the lady that took her two kids, her twins, from the United States, overstayed her visa in Zambia, and got her kids taken away from her by the Zambian social services. And she pretty much has not seen her kids yet. And the UN basically told her to stay in contact or contact that social worker and all this other. Like I said, it's a whole big fiasco and mess, right? So 2006 GLG basically said underneath that comment, said that he has been on a tear lately, being hella mad at black women overall with a wide brush, but he can never seem to acknowledge the issues with black men that created a lot of gender wars for the past 20 years. But he seems more mad at black women, got fed up, and decided to clap back. And the craziest part is, if I'm going to be honest about the situation and the videos that I've placed on the channel, I've talked more about Africans and immigrants, realistically, more than I have about black women. So to, in a sense, say that I've just been posting fields of videos about black women and this, that, and that sounds quite crazy. That sounds quite crazy. I've even done live streams that are like 3, 4, whatever hours long about immigrants, about Africans. I'm like, so what are we actually talking about? Like people really like to pick and choose the content that they look at so that they themselves can get angry or find something to get angry about versus looking at the overall content, right? So then underneath that, T Delgado responded, "I've tried many times, but today was my last straw." And not only that, do he even realizes that some American black men has also been killed in Gambia, all because of greed of what they think we have. But I guess that dude should have had a man to protect him. No, I'm a very equal opportunist when I say these things. And in response to that, and just like I've said before, I'm like, hey, if you're a guy and you went directly over there, it'd be like that. You took a risk, you decided to play a game, and it didn't fare out how you thought it was going to sit up there and fare out. It'd be like that. It's like I'm not understanding why it is that folks want to do this versus type of thing where people believe that, oh, all he does is say all these things towards black women, but yet he has none of this energy towards black men. I've had energy towards black men. The difference with that is that when and some of my mods or the people that have been here long enough for years can sit up there and tell you that I've gone on, as the other person said, I've gone on tears where I've specifically had videos going directly at black men, pointing out a problem in a situation and stated that how corrections need to be made. But when I do those videos, I don't have folks like this appearing into that comment section, basically running up telling me, "Oh, Seji, you shouldn't be broad brushing our black brothers out here. All of our fathers and brothers and boyfriends and uncles and fiancés and black husbands, they're all not how it is that you're trying to paint, black men." I've never gotten those comments. Let me be the first one to sit up there and tell you that's not what I see. Now, what I will see over the years is that I've seen black men decide that they, wanted to have a rebuttal. They wanted to have issues with me, and that's to be expected. I expect that to basically happen. People are going to feel a certain type of way about the content. Like I say, you're either going to hate me now or you're going to hate me later. But at some point, you will hate me. It just be like that. But again, to sit up there and know the fact that I've done that content and I've done content specifically towards black men, black male elders, and black male teenagers, in the community, and how it is that people are running rampant and doing this, that, and the third, and how things need to be fixed and pointing out those problems. Again, I never see these same people point and come directly up and try to bring up the same defense. It's only when I make critiques and videos geared towards black women that I happen to get these rebuttals. And I'm like, that's a little bit weird. That's a little bit weird. I'm like, all right, if you're going to feel a certain type of way, I mean, at least feel like that equally. But it's like that never seems to happen. And then people want to tell me that it's the last straw for them and they're no longer going to be subscribed to the channel or be a part. I'm like, it'd be like that. Like I said, at least I'm honest about how it is that I sit up there and do stuff. You're either going to hate me now or you're going to sit up there and hate me later. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's just a matter of time. I'll more than likely say something where I'll cover a topic where you emotionally feel like, I'm talking about you, or I'm pointing a finger towards you, or you have a strong disagreement about what it is that I'm saying or how it is that I'm saying it. And it's just going to rub you the wrong way. It'd be like that. You're not going to be the first and you're not going to be the last, but it will happen. So it's, like I said before, I need folks out here to stop being so sensitive. If you can't sit up there and do that, I don't know what to sit up there and tell you. I don't, like I said, I don't know what to tell you. And I commonly get this, from, black women directly out here, but I don't get that when I happen to do videos or when I have done videos or live streams talking about black men negatively. I didn't get the same response. I didn't get black women pulling up like, oh, I'm about to, not be a part of this channel no more. The way that you're talking about black men, the way that you're talking about our young black sons. I've never gotten that. And I'm like, that's weird to me. Like, it's fine for me to give these critiques when it deals with black men. You're all on board, all fine with it, want to co-sign it, want to have all of these comments and stuff, right? But when I do the exact same thing towards black women, it's like, oh, we got to draw the line here. I got to cut you off here, Sedgwick. I can no longer support you as a black woman. Word. It's all good up until, things are pointing in a certain direction. And again, like I said, I'm not even talking about them. I specifically spoke on the woman and basically said that she's at fault for what is happening in Zambia because she should not have left the United States not knowing anything about that country, the laws, the rules, or the regulations. And I specifically stated that if you as a woman wanted to go out there and you wanted to risk your life and your freedoms, you can go out there and do that. But at no point at all of you having kids should you then have the magical thought process of that I want to take me, myself, and my kids to a whole nother country that we have no protections, we have no government to look out for us, we don't know if the UN is going to be there to sit up there and save us, and we don't know how the people are going to treat us if civil unrest basically happens and people disagree with the United States. That's the dumbest thing to sit up there and do, and I stand directly on that. This is how she ended directly up in that situation. If people don't like what it is that I stated, it is what it is. At this moment in time, that woman, like, because of her decision, she doesn't have her kids. A whole nother group of people that are not black, that are not black American, took her kids away from her. And I'm supposed to be easy about the conversation. I'm not supposed to be angry about this conversation that those kids might get trafficked, that those kids are potentially going through some things there because Zambia has a history of human trafficking. And as I basically showcased directly in the live stream that I previously did, that as of, I think, what was it, 2023, the Zambia had 93 or 95,000 people that were in modern day slavery. So I'm not supposed to have some feelings about this and say what it is I said in that video. Come on, dog. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, Lord have mercy. It's like, dog, like like I said, I do the best that I can sit up there and do, but people are only fine if I do critiques in one direction, which is wild to me. It is a-okay to technically it's barely okay to critique the black community in general, but it's 1000% okay to sit up there and critique black men, young black boys, and black men. It's I can do that all day long. I would get it would be like some Derek Jackson in here. I would get all the love, I would get all the respect, all the admiration, all the other type of stuff, because in no way, shape, or form am I pointing this towards black women at all. I'm not blaming them for nothing, even if it is their fault. I'm not putting anything in their direction. I would get so much love, and I know I would. But I'm like, I'm not going to sit up there and set myself up and put myself in a lie and be dishonest about stuff. I'm going to state it the way it is, or the way that I feel about the situation. So I'm like, if that means that, you got black women out here that's going to dislike me, be away from the platform, or hate me, it be like that. It was nice knowing you. But like I said, at least you know I'm not going to sit up there and lie to you to have or keep you here, or to sit up there and quote unquote get your money like Derek Jackson and some of the other ones directly out here. At least you know that. At least you know how it is that I speak, and it's not a facade. But like I said, a lot of folks directly out here, they would rather men out here lie directly to them, and that's the problem. I opt to do the other. I would rather you sit up there and hate me for telling the truth than for you to sit up there and love me for lying directly to you. That doesn't make any type of sense. But like I said, you can't tell a lot of women that, and a lot of women are not going to understand that. So that is currently where we are. Vince said you can't own a gun in a lot of these other countries, but yeah, I'm gonna stay right here. Tippy said no grown woman should be traveling with small children by herself. Danny said women put women in danger. He also said that exactly. It's all about being impartial about the situation. Nan said, "We'll keep away from what was it, alley cat like that. In a few years, she'll be non-existent. If you keep wanting to blank them, they won't go away." Third says some women have the survival instincts of a dish sponge. DSA, yo, what is up? You said they want you to lie to them and take their money. They're dumb. Yeah, like I said, I don't got time for that. I don't got time for that. Like I said before, I'm at least gonna be honest. You'll hate me for being honest. You'll hate me for being direct. You won't like the way that I'm going to word stuff because I'm going to be as direct as possible, and you're just not going to like the tone to be like that. There's nothing I can sit up there and do with that. Like I said, nothing that I can sit up there and do about that at all. So yeah, like I said, I don't know what to sit up there and tell people directly on that. Third said that some women had. Oh yeah, I read that one. Did say one. Tippy said, "Dang that you got to call out the truth. Did you know that the femicide rates are getting higher by other black women?" Yo, Master Blaster, you said the narrative and feelings mean more to women than the truth. Yeah. Tippy said, you got to call out the truth. And did you know that the femicide rates are getting higher by other black women? Yeah, Tippy, remember, there's been quite a few times, like over the years, like I said, we've been doing this for several years now. Over the years, I tried to give a warning directly out there earlier on. I'm like, yo, if black women don't sit up there and call out the nonsense that's happening here and try to get ahead of the curve with the violence that is uprising, no, I'm sorry, an uprise of violence that is happening amongst black women. Like I said, I've seen and got tons of videos where black women are out here fighting. Lives have been taken. Black women have been shot, maimed, put into a coma in a hospital, and by way of other black women. And like I said, I tried to warn people because I'm like, yo, this is me trying to let you know that I care. And I'm trying to give you the warning signs the same way that I sat up there and talked to black men directly out here. I'm trying to show you the same stuff, trying to give you these warnings. And folks didn't want to sit up there and listen. The only thing that they kept saying is like, oh, femicide rates, black men, black men, black men, black men, black men, black men. And I'm like, all right, cool. No problem. Black men are the problem. So let Pandora's box open. I just want everything to open up. I just want everything to happen at this moment in time, because the rates that you are able to see at this moment in time, Tippy, this is nothing. This is nothing. Because these young girls directly out here are following everything on social media that they see from other grown women, and that they're also seeing directly from a lot of rap videos. Like I said, there was one rap video where a young black girl, she was talking about, fighting other girls and whatnot. She had like an axe in a group of girls. They had like all types of like guns and stuff in their hand. I'm like, dog, what is this? I'm like, now you got these black girls who are drill rappers talking about killing ops and shooting. Like, what are y'all doing? I'm like, where are the mothers to sit up there and get ahead? Like, this is not what you want to do. If you already see what this type of music does when it gets to young black men, why would you allow and want this to happen to your daughters? And then the only thing that's going to sit up there and happen is be like, oh, well, the only reason that these young black girls are doing it is because the black father's not there, and because black men were the first ones to do this. I'm like, miss me with all of that, dog. I'm not trying to hear none of that. I'm not trying to hear none of that, because nobody is forcing those young girls to start being drill rap artists talking about pulling up and killing other girls. Like, ain't nobody sitting up there telling them, ain't no black man out here telling them to do that. That's them doing that in groups, trying to sit up there and look cute while quote unquote being gang affiliated, holding all types of weapons, saying that they're going to cause violence to another woman. Come on, man. Like, it's like I ain't never seen this type of nonsense. And it's like when you try to call and point this stuff out, people want to either ignore it or they'll be like, oh, it's black man's fault. What? Brother, huh? What are we talking about? Suki Hana was in a music video before, sitting up there twerking directly on a minor. That was the black man's fault. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. You just gotta be. Like I said, I don't, man. Like I said, just let it all fall. Just let it all happen. Because it gets to the point where you're just tired of talking, and I'm like, I just want everything to fall at this point, because now I want to see who people are going to sit up there and blame. I know it's still going to be black men, but I just want to see how they're going to swap the story so that it fits the narrative that it's still black men's fault. Because like I said, when this stuff collapses, oh boy, it is going to collapse. It's going to collapse. It's going to collapse. Because like I said before, is getting to the point where even when it deals with conservatives, it's drying up over there with them having the same talking points when it deals with black men, but it's drying up because it's tired. It's only so long that you can sit up there and keep doing the same narrative and having it be lucrative. It's tired now. So this is why everybody is switching gears and going elsewhere. This is why they switch their narratives. Because it gets to the point, it's like, yeah, we've been talking about blaming black folks black men for the longest time possible. It's not really as lucrative. They're not getting the same money that they was getting when they were doing this about like 10, 15, 20 years ago. Like they was making bread. They was getting stacks on stacks on stacks, racks on racks on racks. It was making money. Now, not so much. It's not lucrative no more because they overdid it. They overused it. And it's going to be the exact same way with a lot of these other folks out here, that these women out here that got these platforms always blaming black men about something, always bringing up black men in negative. It's going to get to the point where it's going to be just dried up and overdone. And then they're going to have to figure out where to move the narrative. And they're not going to really, the only other place that they can decide to move it to is try to blame white men. But good luck on that, because you've done a lot to basically pedestalize white men. So you can't do that. So it's like, you're going to try to have to go at black men at a whole different angle. Good luck. Good luck. Because you done turned over every single stone to, talk about black men in a negative light. Like I said, I don't know what to tell people, man. I try to inform and tell people that this type of rhetoric and talk is not going to be beneficial for everybody. Everybody's going to lose. But I guess people are fine with that. I guess, is going with the same thing that deals with America and giving reparations to black folks. Some people are fine with everybody losing just so that they can prove a point. Yo, it's crazy. Master Blaster said, yeah, they out here selling. Yeah, that's like I said, I don't understand this right now. Like I said, you got these young black girls out here. They're doing all types of crimes. Like the amount of mug shots that I done seen directly out here is atrocious. And nobody's going to sit up and tell me that's the black man's fault. No, it's not. That's their fault. They decided to go into the drug game. They decided to sell weed and all these pills and all this other type of stuff. Now you got these young black girls carrying guns illegally. Like, what are we doing? Having shootouts. What are we doing? How does that happen? How are we going to sit up and say that's the black man's fault there? A drive-by shootout happening between two black female suspects and who were occupying cars. How are we going to sit up there and say that that's the black man's fault? What? Oh, the father wasn't in the house? That we want to go to that same thing again? But yet we got a parent that's always there. That's a woman that knows what being a woman is, that grew up being a young girl, that should have been passing down the books on how to move out here in these streets. Like I said, if you want to be real about it, young black men out here are the blueprint on what not to do when it deals with the world and society, when it means living and dying by the streets. So I'm trying to figure out, in the grand wisdom of these young women out here, what in that is basically telling you that you can basically outsmart it and do better than black men. No, you won't. You're not going to survive this. You're not going to outgame the streets. That's not how that works. It's like going to a casino and betting against the house because you know how to count cards. Just because you can count cards doesn't mean the casino doesn't spot you and that they're not going to do something about it. They're going to do something about you one way or another. Don't think that you're going to sit up there and win. You are not smarter than the streets. The streets have always won when it deals with black men. Just because you're a black woman and you may be educated or smarter than the average bear doesn't mean that you're going to sit up there and do better. You're not. You're not. It's not going to happen. And don't be stupid enough to think that you can. Because that'll be your first mistake and your last mistake. Because like I said, black men and young black boys, before any of these women started going to the streets, they've proven that time and time again. But I guess people don't want to pay attention to the loss of life when it's black men. I guess it only matters like, hey, let the black women go out there, let the young black daughters and whatnot go out there. Then people are going to start caring about the streets and all of this ripping and running directly about here. And now they want to do something about it. Like I said, it's crazy. That is crazy. Master Blessed says selling packs with BBLs is diabolical. Yeah, it is. But I guess that's the smart way to do it because I think what was the video that I watched? You had women out here that said that it's easier for them to basically sell or whatnot or whatever because they're a woman. So automatically dudes' defenses are down, especially if you're attractive or got a shape that guys like, their defenses are down. Again, it's ridiculous for any guy to have his defenses down because that's how another guy can easily just get you real quick. It's like, oh, you ain't gonna be moving the way that you normally be moving. You ain't be, carrying nothing directly on you because this girl is delivering to you. Oh, cool, no problem. We about to pull up on you. As soon as we get her to deliver to you, we're about to pull up on you real quick. And we're gonna take that delivery back and we're gonna take the money and probably your car and your life. Like I said, I done covered stories like that. Like I said, it's crazy directly out here. Tippy said, or women like me, they'll call me a mammy, pick me, LOL, ma'am. Do you know the real definition of a mammy? No, they don't, Tippy. But, they like to parrot a lot of words. Third said, please don't say her name again. We just forget that she exists. Oh, you talking about what, sexy rep? Master Blaster said, I had to make my own mother be able to step outside of her feelings and see life for what it is. She still has her triggers about black men too. I mean, like I said, maybe she went through some things and, I'm sorry that happened to her. But I guess, like people sit up and say, time will heal all wounds or whatnot or whatever. It's going to be like that. I wish that, it wasn't like, I don't know what specifically she went through, but I'm guessing that, she had some interactions or, or whatnot or whatever. So, it's tough. It is tough. Tibby says stealing weaves from hair stores. Yep. Danny said, don't get on the topic too about how we as men have to undo trauma and everything when it's a female, she's baby through everything. It be like that. Tippy said it's sad. Danny said it's nonsense. Exactly. No survival instinct. Yeah, like I said, even talking about these topics, I'm talking basically about both sides. You got black dudes out there lacking because they see somebody with a nice shape basically selling something directly to them, and they could be getting backdoored or whatnot or whatever. It could be a whole trap. And they not even realize it. And now it's too late. You got a gun directly in your face. And now your clothes is gone, your jewelry, your money is gone, and your car. And now you laid out on the street. And the first thing that you saw was the last thing that you saw, which is that woman. And that's it. Like I said, it's crazy how you got, a lot of women out here, amongst and about this crime. That's some crazy work. Like I said, I even gave y'all a video before where a young dude, I think he was in Texas, it was these girls and they were trying to ask for a ride, and against his better judgment, he opted to give them a ride. But lo and behold, they were trying to set him up for him to get, robbed and have his car stolen. And I think, did he drive them to the police station? I forgot how he got out of that situation or what it was, but he did survive and get directly out of that situation. And I think those women were caught. Like I said, the story was like for probably like 4 or whatever years ago. But yeah, like I said, it's crazy out here. There's countless stories where these young women out here are in lives, life of crime and being accessories to murder or being the murderer themselves, and just being crazy for no reason. Like I said, life is not that hard out here where girls got to turn to a life of crime. Like that's wild to me. Like you got women out here being entrepreneurs. They're going out here getting degrees, building businesses. They're investing in having homes. I'm like, why? Where in all of the world is it stating in these United States that young black women need to go out here and start doing and committing crimes? Where is life that hard? Where that needs to happen? Like I'm just trying to figure that out. Like I just don't. I don't see it. Maybe I'm blind to it. Like somebody has to let me know, where is life out of all of America? Where is life that hard? Where young black girls got to start going to a life of crime and start drinking and drugging? Like where is life that hard? Like that's crazy to me. Tibby said, dudes getting set up by women. I'm sorry, but dudes are partially to blame for that. No, I agree with you, Tibby. Yeah, they are. They, like I said, I've said that directly in other videos where you've had dudes lose their lives. I'm like, dog, you like, even the one dude who got backdoored, where it was a guy, he ended up meeting some girl like offline, and he allowed her, I think her and her friend, to come over to his house, and then outside of his apartment or whatever, you had some guys, so they basically waited up until everything was basically set, and then they ran into the house and basically robbed the dude. I think he might have got shot, or he got maimed. But yeah, like I said before, you got guys out here moving crazy. I'm like, just because you meeting these girls, it's like they not really for you. They're sitting up there working with somebody else to set you up. Like it's like I said, it's crazy out here. It's 100% crazy. Master said setup girls have been a thing, but nowadays it's looked at like it's cool, which is sad. Yeah. Like I said, you didn't there's countless videos that have been happening over the last 10 years where you got these young girls out here going on social media and they bragging about it. They've been bragging about being part of like setups and taking dudes' lives and robbing them. I'm like, dog, what is happening out here? I'm like, nobody wants to talk about this. I'm like, what's the reason for a lot of these young girls out here going into violence? I'm like, that makes no sense. I'm like, I get why dudes, are violent towards one another, competitiveness and all that. And again, that's not an excuse. That's not saying it's right. But I'm saying I have a certain understanding for it. Girls don't have a reason. You're not brought up or made to be in a position to just automatically be violent. So it's like it's the weirdest thing to see these young girls out here being proud and going directly headfirst into a lot of this. Not like I said, it's just it's weird behavior. It's weird behavior. Danny said, I remember this exact story, but different. The victim made it out of the gunfire and idiots jumping him accidentally shot his buddy to death. I think it was Arizona. I'm trying to, like I said, it's been a minute for me. That may be the story. It may be the story, but I remember, I thought, I don't know, I'll have to go back. I'll have to go back and look. Or maybe we might be talking about two different stories, but the same thing happened. That could have potentially happened as well too. Tippy said girls trying to steal cars. Girls just set up a OF and do feet pictures. That's and Tippy, the crazy part about it is, now again, I've had my issues when it deals with certain things with the internet and stuff, but I've also been quote unquote an advocate, and I said to women, I'm talking about women of legal age, that if you just trying to make money, I would rather, instead of you being out here on the streets just like walking and putting your life in danger, you might as well just be doing this from your apartment. Like I would rather you do that versus me covering a story about you on the 6 o'clock news and your body being found in a ditch or ravine somewhere. Right. I've said that a multitude of times, right? Um, we've even had some people here, that have their own thing, set up and up and running and all that other type of stuff that have come directly through and whatnot. Um, but yeah, like I said, I like I said, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to tell people no more. Like I said, it's going to come to a point in time where you're going to have a lot of women out here being highly violent towards other women. And I want to just see how that narrative is going to work. I want to see how that's going to how people are going to slide that some type of way. Danny said, "Bro, I remember the Kia girls was a trend in Milwaukee." Yep, yep. Young said just wanted to be included. IG. Whoa, I'm lost. Completely. He said just want to be included. Well, are you talking about the conversation or whatnot or whatever? I'm a little bit confused on that. But yeah, like I said, it's it's just it's crazy, directly out here again, going right back to even this video. Like this just should not be a thing. There should not be any 30-something-year-old woman basically telling younger women out here to go live a dangerous life. There shouldn't be. Like I said, that's just it's number one, it's inappropriate. It's illogical. It's very dangerous, and it's going to set a lot of people up for failure. And the main thing I want to sit up there and state, directly again, as people have tried to state to me before, when they basically say that, well, you can't blame black women because black men are the head, they're the lead, and ordained by God, and all this other type of stuff. And the only thing I can sit up and say is that you can't lead those out there who don't want to be led. Like I said, I got family members directly out here who are alcoholics. And I know for a fact that if I go to them and have a conversation and to tell those women to stop drinking, to stop being alcoholics, they're not going to listen to me. So it doesn't matter if God preordained me to be some type of leader. It doesn't matter if people believe that black men are the leaders in the black community. If I cannot sit up there and tell women in my own family that, yo, you need to fix yourself up, you need to stop drinking, you need to stop, drinking yourself into an early death. If they don't want to listen to me, what hope do I have as a black man to have other women out here who are not a part of me, who are not of my bloodline? What hope do I have of them sitting up there listening to me? And it's little to none. So, like I said, a lot of people can miss me with all of that, preordained and all that other type of nonsense that people like to keep saying. You've never been in the shoes of being a young black man and trying to sit up there and tell women in your family that, yo, you need to sit up there and start getting yourself straight. Like I said, I remember having a conversation with one of my younger cousins, and she said something that was very contradictory, where she basically said that she was independent. This was when she was like, what, early 20s or something like that. And I was sitting right next to her, and she was just talking crazy. She was on this whole feminist like BS. She was like, yeah, I'm independent. I don't need a man and all this other type of stuff. And rah, 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 I can get money on my own. And again, this was in some 2000s, right? In some 2000s type stuff, right? I can get money on my own. I can do this. I can do that. I'm educated. I'm smart. I don't need a man and rah, rah, rah. But then turn around and sit up there and say is that, I want to sit up there and get married and I expect a man to take care of me and all that. And I sat up there and I'm like, dog, you don't make no sense. I'm like, how do you basically say that you don't need a man, but then in the same breath sit up there and say that you expect a man to propose to you and to get married and to take care of you? I'm like, that don't make no sense. I'm like, that's hypocritical. And she was like, shut up and mind your business and stay in a child's place. So all of that because I called you out on how stupid you sound. What? This, like I said, this is what I'll be talking about. If people think that I'm just sitting up there or I'm just doing this for like some social media type. Nah, son, like this, like I said, I've been going through this. Like I said, I've had to talk to like women in my family and stuff, like and try to correct them on the stupidness that they sit up there and say or do. And folks don't want to sit up there and listen. Like I said, this is why I have the attitude that I have. Like, it's a lot of disappointment because I understand and know that women ain't going to sit up there and listen. Like I said, I've tried years. I've tried. Like I said, too many women out here are just hard headed, dog. Like, oh man, like, dog, Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ. Then he said, "Yep, it doesn't matter. I know what you mean, dude. I've started to isolate, no lies. Everyone is stubborn. Yeah, it's like I don't got no time no more. It's like, dog, I'm just gonna be shooting just straight from the hip. Like it's gonna sound as emotionless, and again, people ain't gonna like the tone. But like I said, I'm tired. Like if I'm watching you or if I know that you're basically destroying yourself, I don't got time to sit up there and be nice to you. It's either I be nice to you and just sit up there and lie, or I sit up there and tell you the truth to stop you from sitting up there dying. What do you want me to sit up there and do? And it's like, if you want to stop people from dying, it's like they would rather you sit up there and lie to them or just get away from them. Like that's the stupidest attitude to sit up there and have. Like you're literally drinking yourself away. Like, what are we talking about here? You don't have a leg to stand on at this moment in time. You can barely stand. Like, brother, what are we talking about? Like, man, like I said, a lot of women out here, like I said, a lot of black women who come directly to the platform and they want to, critique or have an issue directly with me. They don't know. They don't know and they don't understand. And I'm completely fine and cool with that. Because, like I said, I've been trying to explain myself and trying to let black women in my family know that I care so many different ways, and to no avail. It's like it don't matter. So it's like, hey, it's whatever. If I'm losing, black women in my family one way or another, and they don't want to listen, why should I actually care if complete strangers out here don't want to associate themselves with this channel or hear what it is I got? It's whatever. The most important people to me are sitting up there deciding to clock out. Why am I going to care that you decide that you want to duck out and you're going to vocally basically tell me? Why should I care? Why should I care? It's like, it's crazy to me, dog. It is wild. It is wild to me. And yet people sit up there and say that black men need to sit up there and be protecting black women. How? Larry said, I beg you to talk to them. Or you said, I beg you to talk to them. Talk to him. Tell me what's wrong. Tell me the truth. But when you're telling the truth, they whine and start talking ish about you. Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. Southern Breeze said that they're listening. They just don't want you to know that you're listening. Like I said, I don't got time for it. It's like I said, if people wanted me to lie to them, I'll be one of the richest black men directly out here. If that was the case, I'll be a pastor somewhere. If that's how black women really wanted me to be. If you really wanted me to be the greatest liar directly, I'll be the richest ones directly out here because I'll be getting money directly out of black women's pockets, literally from lying. Like I said, look at these pastors. Tell me where I'm lying. Black women facilitate the means for these churches to still exist in the black community. But like I said, I would rather not go that route because that's only to serve a selfish purpose and to get selfish gains directly out of it. It's not going to help the black community, and it's for damn sure not going to help those black women out here. So I'd rather be exactly where I am at this moment in time and have people feeling how it is that they're feeling. At least I know at the end of the day, it's like, I tried. It's a shame that's the only thing that I'll have to basically leave with is like, hey, I tried. But it is what it is, man. It be like that. Larry said, tell them don't let the button hit you on the backside on the way out. Ah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Like I said, it's just, it's crazy work out here. But anyways, that's enough of my little TED talk. That's enough of my little TED talk. Kept y'all here for just for over too long. Much appreciation. Master Bless said black women don't even respect their fathers. How are they going to respect you? That's how I look at it, unfortunately. I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, yo. Yeah. And the craziest part is this is one thing. This is one thing that I love to talk about. Well, no. Actually, I don't love to talk about it because I don't think I actually brought it up a lot. I think I mentioned it sparsely a few times, right? But the craziest part is it's crazy how this worked out, right? You have a lot of black women out there that like to say that black fathers don't exist and they're not in the lives of their child, right? But the craziest part is the greater majority of black girls that I've ever known in my life, from middle school to high school, even into young adulthood, pretty much all of them had their fathers in their lives. I'm talking about he was there. Like I met him. I had conversations all of that. So it's like it's crazy to me. Like I said, this is why I'm baffled and I get confused when I see black women online set up to say that black fathers don't exist. But I'm like, pretty much a lot of the black women, girls, slash girls that I've known, again, middle school, high school to early adult, their fathers were there. So I'm like, what are y'all talking about? I'm like, what timeline do you exist where these dudes just are not there and they're just not present? I'm like, that's weird to me. But on top of that, what I will note and what I will sit up there and state, what Master Blaster basically said is that you do have those out there that don't specifically respect their fathers. And what I mean by that is that even though that father is there, he is present. Like I said, had conversations and everything. They will still opt to do things that they know that their father would not specifically want them to do, like such as having kids outside of wedlock or with multiple guys and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, I've watched this stuff basically happen, even while, because a lot of people sit up there and say like, oh well, if the black father was there, then these pregnancies and this, that, and the third wouldn't sit. No, actually, it still does happen because those girls slash those women still have their own minds and they're going to do what it is that they want to sit up there and do. And if there's a guy that is physically attractive, they're going to decide to get pregnant by that guy. It doesn't matter if the father is there or not. And I keep trying to tell people that, but people keep trying to make it seem as though that because black men are there, not, they are present directly in their lives, this is why this happens. And that's false. From my experience, from watching, from being around these people, these individuals, this is what happens. So like I said, it's like some people out there are just like spinning some type of narratives that just don't make sense. And I'm like, I guess like more black men need to just, speak on their experiences of being and knowing these women and these girls, during that time frame of knowing them and their families. Because like I said, it's crazy out here. Miss Nova said, thanks for the show. And now I can actually start my study session. My apologies. Didn't mean to keep you from your studies. My apologies. My apologies. But good luck on your studies and hopefully you pass that test with flying colors. Hopefully you pass that test. Tippy said it was only 1 hour, Seji. You have another video, I think. Tippy, what you talking about 1 hour? I've been going for about 4 hours. I'm looking at the time on my side, Tippy. Do not make me take a picture of this timer, Timmy. Don't make me do it. Let me see. Wait, what was this? Somebody talking about James Crockett. I know Mickey better not be in that bag of food. He gonna be in trouble. Master said, same Seji. He said all of my exes had their fathers there. Yep. Danny said, yep. Tippy said maybe he's not there mentally. Come on, Tippy. Larry said they can have their father in the house, but yet they're still going to listen to their friends. Bars. 100% bars. And that's the craziest thing. And the craziest thing is a lot of their friends be ratchet. And their friends be sitting up there doing stuff on the side, can't even have whole consistent relationships and got multiple kids. And I'm like, this is what you associate yourself with? And this is why I be sitting up there looking at like certain girls. I'm like, when I sit up there and be looking at a lot of, girls or women and I'm looking at their friend group, I'm like, you can't do better than this. I'm like, this is the level that you keep yourself at. This is really your friend group. This is the best that you can do. I'm like, ooh. That starts to make that person look less and less attractive. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, dog, it's like it's like in a lot, I've been able to see so much potential. And then I'm like, I'm looking at the friends and then how the friends speak. I'm like, maybe I was wrong about your potential. Because I'm like, you can't even make the exceptions when it deals with friends. You can't even, put a limiter. You can't even actually have a bar when it deals with like your friend group. Like the bar is below hell at this moment in time. Like we're on the other side of Earth at this moment, gearing towards the bottom half of the universe of which we've never explored and seen. Like that's how bad it is. And I'm like, yeah, I might have been wrong. I should have did better. But hey, hindsight. It'd be like that. Tibby said, I don't know. A lot of fathers probably don't teach their daughters about boys/men. The crazy part that I look about that, not look about, but when I think about that, Tibby, is the fact that when I've talked to a lot of those black fathers, those black fathers are solid dudes. Like when they talk about the work history, when they talk about the family, when they talk about how much they care, how much they sacrifice, how much they love, and the things that they for me, when I'm listening to them, I'm like, it's very solid. I'm like, things are there. But then when I sit up there and look at that, and then I see like the daughter, and I'm looking at her dating history of the guys that she's been interested in. I'm like, so you didn't go for anybody that's reflective of your dad. You didn't go for anybody that was a hard worker, that nobody that can keep a consistent job, nobody that would be there present if you got pregnant. You didn't go for any, like, huh? I'm like, your dad is literally married to your mom. They both live in the same house. But I'm like, the guys that you decided to get pregnant by, y'all don't even have your own place. Y'all never even lived in the same place. Y'all didn't even have a consistent relationship. In some instances, I'm like, it was just a one night stand. I'm like, this doesn't make any type of sense. I'm like, you literally have a mold of what it is that you should try to shoot for when it deals with a responsible guy, because you got your father directly in the house and he's a living example. But I'm like, a lot of these girls / these women out here, they don't look at that. But then it ends up inevitably being the black father's fault somehow. And I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not. No. It's like either the black father is to blame when he's not there, and the black father is to blame when he is there. I'm like, wow, it's no breaks. It's no breaks. Yo, Alex, what is up? What is up? You said, LOL. Darn. I missed the whole show. I'm gonna have to run it back. Luckily for me, I'll be working all day. Hey, well, you got a nice 4 hours. So half of that work period, you can just, listen directly to it audibly, and you'll be solid. Like I said, this is why we do these live streams. We got you. We got you. 4 straight hours to help you get through, that work period. Tippy said, I remember when I was little, my dad said, don't give a man ish, no money, nothing. Don't be a piggy bank, LOL. I mean, yeah, your dad is right. Because he didn't want you to sit up there and be used by guys, because you will have some dudes out here that'll be slick, and they'll try to use your emotions as a way in order to get to your money. I mean, he was right. He ain't saying nothing wrong. Larry said, know when you go out to dinner with your boyfriend on the first date, whatever the man might pay for it, but later on, when you guys go out, you should pay once in a while. That's not a piggy bank. I mean, yeah, true. I mean, but that's up to whatever that relationship is, however it is between those two people. Tippy said, Philip Scott from an advice show. He has daughters, and he said, don't ever let a grown man live with you. Don't move him in your place. I mean, yeah, that's understandable. But then when it deals with both people getting a place together, so then what you're gonna do? But see, this is the problem though, right? So again, he got daughters. So like, well, I don't even have to worry about them having a place, because usually guys who got daughters, their girl dads, their daughters can always move back home. They always got a place to sit up there and stay, right? It's the sons that don't. They'll just leave their sons and abandon them and all this other type of stuff, because they'll be like, oh, you're a man, you should da 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 da, right? So but I'm like, wouldn't that also put her at a disadvantage in a sense as a grown woman if she moves in with a guy, because the guy can put her out at any time? I mean, yeah, she can always return home to, her father, but it's like that still puts her at a disadvantage, right? So it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I guess it's a case by case basis. Larry said, when you're in a relationship or married, it should be 50-50. No, yeah. Yeah, because anything could happen. Because and I've tried to explain this 99 different ways, especially to a lot of women out here. where, oh, matter of fact, let me just sit up there and do it like this, right? Because I'm glad. Shout out to Larry for that comment. That actually runs into a video that I just recently caught earlier. So let's just take a listen to this real quick, right?
Make a way. I feel like I'm not gonna work my hands to the bones to provide. I'm not gonna work 16 to 20 hours a day or a week to provide for my family. You're the man. You have the penis. Go get a job. Get 3 jobs. My man has 2 jobs. Go get 7 jobs and 2 side hustles to buy me the things that I want because I'm a woman.
I'm gonna replay. I'm gonna run that back. I'm just gonna edit the volume directly on the foolishness. Again, this is another foolish woman that decided that she wanted to open her mouth and she wanted to say something completely stupid. And I had to make sure to put the volume up on that so that we can all be dumber from listening to this woman speak. So let me just replay. Let me just run this back so we can be educated uh, on this nonsense here. Like I said, it's crazy how people hate me for highlighting these videos. It's crazy work.
Always make a way. I feel like I'm not gonna work my hands to the bones to provide. I'm not gonna work 16 to 20 hours a day or a week to provide for my family. You're the man. You have the penis. Go get a job. Get 3 jobs. My man has 2 jobs. Go get 7 jobs and 2 side hustles to buy me the things that I want because I'm a woman.
she she said she ain't gonna do nothing to help provide for her family. She said, "You're the guy. You have the penis. You go out there and get 7 jobs and 2 side hustles. How is it humanly possible to work 7 jobs? Like, are you stupid?" She said, "Go out there and get 7 jobs and 2 side hustles in order to provide for me and to buy me the things that I want." What? But like, you can't make this up. You can't make this up. Like, this is crazy. And you know the craziest part about this is you got women like her that want to get online and start complaining when guys have a stipulation to the types of women that they like or that they want to see. So if guys start talking about weight and hair and makeup and all this other type of stuff, they say it's unrealistic and men have no right to basically speak on women. But she literally spoke on what a man should do. She said that she's not going to do anything, but a man should be the one to basically sacrifice his whole lifespan in order to get her the stuff that she needs in life. And she ain't going to do nothing but just exist. But then men sound crazy when they sit up there and say that they want a woman that has a certain type of body shape, her hair is a certain type of way, and all this other type of stuff. Come on. Come on. Come on. Lord have mercy. That's crazy. She sounded like the mom off of Everybody Hates Chris. She was like, my man has 2 jobs. I don't need to do this. What? I'm like, dog, like at the end of the day, for you being a woman, I'm like, so you're not gonna go get an education or something? You ain't about to go get like a degree, so you got something to fall back on. Like, what if that dude working 7 jobs, get injured at one or 2 of those jobs, and now he just like laid out for several months? Now what? Oh, that's right, you're gonna dip out because now he can't bring in the income. Now he's worthless because he can't provide you with the money that you were used to because he was the only one basically working and bringing home anything. So now you're going to dip out or cheat directly on that dude and get pregnant by somebody else or get into a relationship with another dude and then move in with that dude. You're going to just move on to the next guy. Like, this is crazy. And like I said, and that was an all-female podcast. Like, this is what I be talking about. Like this is crazy type of talk directly out here. Like, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Like I said, I don't understand how these folks out here be getting mics and they feel this is the correct information to give them. And like I said, 9 times out of 10 is going to be younger women in their early 20s and young girls who are teenagers that's going to be listening to bums like this, because she is a bum, because she literally stated that she ain't working for herself, that a man is supposed to work for her because of he has a penis. Word, brother. That's what we're doing. That's what your wise, womanly, universal wisdom told you. That's the dream that God sent to you. This is crazy. That's crazy. Lord have mercy. Did say one said I saw this video a while ago. Yeah, that's my first time seeing this video and hearing this woman's annoying voice. Like it's crazy. Lord have mercy. That is crazy. Tippy said, how can I be feminine and rest in my femininity doing 50-50? I want to cook, clean, bake cookies. Leave me alone, LOL. Isn't that peace? I thought men wanted a submissive wife, a trap wife. Every man is not the same, Tippy. Every man is not the same. And also women who are wives, they have side hustles. They might sit up there and have a baking bit. Like I didn't trust me, Tippy. I didn't see women out here who are married with kids and they got like a soap business, they got a baking business, they got a perfume business, they got a baby clothes making business or whatever, shoemaking. They got a lot of different side hustles. So even though you got women out here that are wives and they're stay at home, it don't mean that they ain't doing nothing. They're still got their own thing going. Like some of them got $1 million businesses. So I don't want people to get things misconstrued. Like I said, you got women out here that work. They just don't work in the office. They work from home and they work on their own hours on their own schedule, and they running their own business, making hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars. You know. Vince said, that voice is like torture. DSA1 said this is the reason for the manosphere existing. DSA1 also stated that that's the thing she would leave him. That's facts. What was it? Vince was like needles in my ears. Larry said yes. That's part of the 50-50. If he's out there busting his butt and you don't have a job, yes, you stay home with the children and take care of the house and stuff. That is 50-50. Yeah, that's another point as well too. Like I said, everybody has their job that they are, supposed to do. But this is my thing, right? This is my thing. You got men out here that know how to clean, like they'll do their own clothes, they know how to cook for themselves, and they also keep, the house or whatever tidy. So let's remove kids directly out the situation because a lot of women like to bring up kids. So if you got two adults and the guy is already doing the cleaning, he can already do the cooking, he's already washing his clothes. I'm like, all of that stuff is already sorted. So I'm like, realistically, that woman that's in a relationship with the guy, she ain't really doing nothing. She just sitting up there coasting, not doing literally nothing. Because again, we're taking children directly out of the situation. Because that's the main thing that people like to use in order to leverage a conversation. Oh, but women have kids. We're taking kids out of the situation. Everybody don't want kids, and everybody don't got kids. So we're going to take kids directly out of the situation. So now you got two adults. One can basically do every single thing, and the other one is just sitting up there chilling. So I'm like, now what? And it's like when you bring that up, it's like people don't really got much to say. It's like, oh, well, like I said, it's crazy. Danny said, men just want a wife, not some red pill nonsense of you being a trad wife. Another way to put men down in the dirt. Then he said, exactly. Tibby said, but I want a traditional. I mean, well, Tippy, you got to be very careful with those words. You got to be very careful because the same, joke that I be sitting up there making where I watch a lot of those old shows and you got the white dudes that are traditional and they'll sit up there and slap up Sarah real quick. Sarah, where's my toast? It's brown again. Bow, go make me another pair of toast. It's like, Sarah, where's my tie? Got to be ready for work. Oh, it's not iron. Bow, go iron my tie. It's like, Sarah, where are my slacks? You didn't iron them yet, and I told you to iron them yesterday. Bow. So it's like you got to be very careful with the whole thing of traditional because a lot of those traditional dudes, they was putting hands directly on it. They was slapping them up. They were pulling a Sean Connery. I'm Sean Connery. Sometimes you gotta shake them up. you gotta slap them up a few times. Like, you gotta put her in a place. It's that whole thing. Like I said, you gotta be careful with that traditional stuff. You gotta be very careful on what you specifically. You gotta be very specific. Like Tiffy, you don't really want, in a sense, the same type of guys in a sense that women were dealing with back in those days. You don't specifically want that. You want a dude that, hey, he loves you. He's going to sit up there and take care. He's going to manage the bills. He's going to sit up there and work and stuff like that. And then he'll come home to you and you're sitting up there, like you always say, baking cookies, baking cakes, making ice cream and stuff like that. So you gotta be very careful. Very careful. Hanson, what is up? You said she is one big red flag at her age. She wants she won't ever get the top guy who will pay all of your bills. Get yourself a cat. Yeah, like I said, I don't know who the woman is in the video. Like, she was completely talking crazy. She said that she has a guy who actually knows, because you got some women out here that be lying about having boyfriends. They just have guys that they sleeping with, not actually a boyfriend. In their mind, that's their boyfriend, but realistically, it's not. That's just guy number 509 that she's going to be sleeping with on Thursday and then next week on Monday. Crazy work. Larry said it's just like you can reverse the roles. If she wants to go out and work and don't want to stay home, let the dad stay home and do the house stuff, and that's fair. The crazy part is, I've had conversations where women look down upon guys who are stay-at-home dads. Actually, the funniest thing is quite a lot of people want to clown and talk down upon stay-at-home dads, and I'm like, that's a little bit weird. So I'm like, on one end, if a dude is always working, he's not going to really have the time to be, around his kids. But on the other end, if he's a stay-at-home dad, he can actually be around his kids. He can watch them and he can watch them grow up. He can help them with their homework. He can, take them on, fun trips and outings and all this. He can actually be present. And those are memories that they'll have, forever and things of that nature. And people are like, no, you shouldn't be doing that. You should just be out there working. You shouldn't really have time for your family. You should just be home. You should just be out there working, come home and be tired and not really be there. You're physically there, but you're just not really there for those kids. And that's acceptable. I'm like, this is just wild out here. It's wild out here how people want to clown guys who either want to be stay-at-home dads or who are stay-at-home dads. And that's considered not to be a man, not to be a father. I'm like, wow. This is society. Yo, Pink, what is up? You said, Sarah, that steak is overcooked. Wow. Like I said, DV is not funny. It is a very serious situation. But in this case, dealing with a classic 1950s, I'm sorry, it's funny. Like I said, I don't know what to tell people. I don't know what to tell. It just, hey, like I said, I read a lot of comics from back in the day. It just, it'd be like that, It'd be like that. Timmy said, but he gets to come home to a clean. Oh yeah, clean. I think you said like clean house, dinner already on the table, no argumentative wife. I'm not reading that last part, Tiffy. Oh, you can't take Tippy nowhere. Oh my goodness. Every time Larry said, no, that's totally wrong. You should never hit a woman unless she starts beating on you first. No. You are correct. Like I said, this is not condoning that type of nonsense. I'm just saying. I've watched a lot of stuff from back in the day. It was just funny to me. I'm sorry. Like it's like I said, what was it? It was this one clip of this dude that was a cowboy, and he bent his wife over his knee. He started spanking her, and what the daughter say? He was like, "Dad, why are you spanking her?" He was like, "I'm doing it because I love your mother." I'm like, yo, and this is the stuff that they put into movies and TV shows. I'm like, yo, I can't help but laugh at that stuff. Like, it's crazy. It's so crazy, and it's so nonsensical that it's just funny. I'm sorry. Tippy said I didn't say abusive men. I said highly masculine, muscular, traditional men. You just be adding on stacks of words, Tippy. What was it? Nicholas, what is it? He said Democrats are fat racist demons. Tippy said a man needs to know how to fix cars too. I need a mechanic. LOL. Tippy, do you even drive? I swear, I've never heard of you driving, Tippy. What you talking about? You need a mechanic for? Let me find out you get a car. Vince said, and she has the Nicki Minaj voice. Yeah, I don't know why that woman has that voice. That's crazy. Um, wait, what is that? Adolph said she ain't say she do that. Wait, I'm confused on that part. Tippy sitting up here laughing. D Money said, "What's good, people? Yo, what's up, D Money? What is up? What is up? What is up?" Uh, Vince said, "Well, son, this is how you came around. That's crazy." What is it? Renee Allen, what is up? What is up? He said hello. What is going on? Um, he said, wait. Adolph said she ain't say she keep the house straight. Oh yeah. You talking about the one in the video? Yeah, like she was just talking completely crazy. The money says, Seji, stop letting Tippy push her gender propaganda. Oh, yo, like I said, it'd be hilarious out here. It's like I said, it's a yearly thing. It's something that's a part of the channel. Tippy always comes directly through, and she speaks her mind on marriage and traditional values and everything of the sort. Let me tell you, you would think by the way that Tippy talks that she would automatically be in like the classic, 1950s housewife type of get up with the hairdo, have a whole apron directly on, and you got like the 1950s and 60s, colorful kitchen and everything. You got, like the whatever green, jello fruit thing directly in the middle of the table and whatnot. Like I said, it's crazy. TP said, I'm confused with Deuce today. First, you want traditional wives, sub wife, and now y'all want your wife to have. I mean, don't women out here work, Tippy? Because I can swear women are educated. Women are working, Tippy. So it's not like it's something just like out the blue. What was it? D Money said, darn well Tippy ain't driving herself nowhere. That's what caretaker Jebediah is for. That's crazy. Tippy said that's exactly what I want, Suji. Tippy said, no, not that fruit dish. That's crazy. The funniest thing, Tippy, is that all of the stuff from like, let's say the 50s and the 60s aesthetic, you can actually find and buy that stuff. There was this one white woman, there was like a small little VOD that was made of her where she specifically was the epitome of like a 1950s and 60s type of wife. I'm talking about like when you go inside of her house, she's dressed head to toe 1950s. So I'm talking about like the shoes, the glasses, the makeup, the lipstick, the hair, the earrings, the apron, the carpet directly through the house, all of any of like the statues or the way that the pictures directly are. When you go directly into the kitchen, it's almost like a time warp. It's like, yo, what timeline are we in at this moment in time? Like, it's crazy. I'm like, everything from like the oven and I think potentially the microwave and everything of the sort. Like I said, it was crazy. I'm like, aesthetically, I'm like, it looks dope. Like I said, everything when it was like colorful and it actually had like a type of like tone and a vibe to it, that stuff was actually dope. Like for like the 60s and 70s. Now everything is like a gray or it's a black, and it's like, what happened? It's like nothing really has color anymore. Everything is pretty boring, and I'm like, yeah, that's not it. That is not it. Larry said, just want to talk is to be honest with each other in it. Tibby said, I want the teal refrigerator from the 50s. I think that lady had that. Danny said, the doo-wop music. Don't forget that. Oh, yeah. Yep. Renee Allen sitting up here laughing. Vince said, no artsy. Yeah, it's like nothing has like a type of like energy or what. Like everything is just plain and boring. Like even when you look at the homes, like at a point in time, like the homes used to be like different colors. Now everybody got like the same color house, same color cars. Like I'm like, nobody's bored with this. Like nobody finds that to be an issue or a problem. Like, that's crazy to me. Larry said, no, the woman does not have to have a job. What if she don't have a job? She should take care of the house and the kids if you have them. No, I get, yeah, I get what you're saying. TB said, I'm going to post in Discord my favorite early 60s song. My boyfriend back. This woman, oh my goodness, this woman, I swear to goodness, hilarious. Vince said, bro, these 400 through what is it, $800,000 houses? Be looking. Oh, okay, yeah, I get you. Yeah. Oh, you talking about the 400K to 800K? Yeah. Because they all look the same. Now it's the different when people do some like artistic, type of style houses and whatnot, where it's like different shapes. And all right, that's cool. That's cool. Like even if it is in like a boring type of color, I'm like, all right, that's whatever it is. But like I said, outside of that, everything is just looking just blah, you know. But anyways, that's pretty much it. I didn't had y'all here for almost close to about 4 hours and 30 minutes, and it is clearly 12, at this moment in time. So I don't want to keep y'all here that much longer. Um, I do want to say shout out, much love and appreciation. Oh, the trio arrested for boarding and playing with too many bags. And the craziest part is I meant to actually bring that story directly up, and I'll probably do it as a single video or something, or I might have it in a combination. It's crazy that showed directly back up. But yeah, let me see. Chris Gardner on the darkest moment. Oh, that was a dude from the Will Smith movie. Yeah. But yeah, we're gonna sit up there and let y'all go and let y'all have at it. Much love, respect, and appreciation to all of y'all directly about here who took part directly in the conversation and the part of the live stream for this longest time possible. Again, we got a hot 60, here at this moment in time. Like I said, much love, respect, and appreciation. We'll be able to do the things that I do without you guys. Shout out to anybody who threw any jewels or bits. I forgot what it's called, in the comment section. Shout out for those out there who hype any videos or live streams that we do here. Those of you who left comments and hit that like button as well. Shout out for all of the comments and being a part of the conversation. Shout out to all of my mods, being here, doing the Lord's work every single day, or just even popping in to, say what's up and everything of the sort. Shout out to any folks out there who threw any donations directly towards the channel. Shout out to any of the members that have memberships associated with the channel. Shout out to anybody who was donated through and by way of Cashapp as well. Like I said, much love, respect, and appreciation. Love you guys for everything that y'all do, every single day. Would not be able to do, again, what it is that I do every single day. Last but not least, what was it? Renee Allen said, yep. Tibby said, if you don't have kids, clean the house and bake cookies. Let your man play his video games. Larry said, we're not saying she needs to go out and get a job. But if you have a job, you can stay at home and take care of the kids and stuff. Miss Allen with the heart eyes. Much love, much love. Tippy said, what are you eating? I am not sure. I'm probably going to figure something out because I am hungry. Larry said, take care, man, and be safe. Will do. And shout out to you for pulling up to the live stream. So for anybody who missed the live stream, you can easily hit that playback right now, or maybe when the video is fully uploaded. I haven't done it myself before, so I'm not sure how it would maybe work out directly on your end. And I will also have some solo videos up, some of the videos we've covered directly here. So again, just in case you want to sit through a 4-hour video, I'll break a few of those up and figure out which ones, I'll post as a full-fledged video, right? So I have that for you a little bit later on. So again, much love, respect, and appreciation. And I will see you guys in the next video and or live stream.